Strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Our commitment here at JewelleryMaker is to provide you with genuine gemstones. Many places might not be able to do that, but we want to guarantee it. So how do we do it? We go to the laboratories and we get tests. We have our own in-house gemologists that can guarantee that when we say genuine gemstones, that's exactly what you're getting.
Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Before any of the gemstones that arrive here in Jaipur can leave Jaipur for the UK, they need to be tested. So all the genuine gemstone strands go from the vendor to an independent laboratory. They're then tested to prove that they are what they say they are. Now, as you can see here, this shipment of emerald arrived this morning, and it comes with this. This is really important. This shows that the emerald has been tested in random strands and can be proven to be genuine emerald. If this authenticity card doesn't arrive with a genuine gemstone, then the shipment won't go to the UK.
Hello and welcome to Designer Inspiration with myself, Jenny Cleary, and the wonderful Sara Elvin, who is now not stuck in traffic. Woo!
I know.
It was touch and go for a minute there.
It was. I left at 9:30 and got here at 12:30.
Oh no, but you're here and that's the wonderful thing. Poor Gemma and
Panic.
you. Now, it's going to be such a wonderful show for you today. It is Beading Boutique. I have got for you some of the most amazing items. Let me just give you, this is brand new, I bet you're so glad you got this, weren't you? Now all the other guest designers are going to be throwing socks at the telly when they see what you got to have.
I got so spoiled.
Have a look. A brand spanking new matrix box, one of the first of our new concepts. You need these. Any budding beader will know that you absolutely need these in your collection. You've got the small gemstones, so great for the loom, great for your beaded projects. You've got so many amazing items within this matrix box. If you love it, need it, want it, gotta have it, then stay tuned. I've also got for you all of the beading threads. Let me give you a little bit of an insight on what Sarah's going to be doing with her very first project today. Have a look at this. Maybe you've got lots of things in your stash right now and you're thinking, right, I've got to get going, I've got to get started ready for Mother's Day. I've got some, well, Sarah's got some wonderful inspiration for you for Mother's Day pieces. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at this. Mum!
I know.
Love it.
But I'm going to show you how you can write any name on one of those, as long as it's not too long. So
Okay,
it won't fit
Jen, Mum, Max.
You could do Jenny. You just use, I've used the suede, the new shiny glittery suede-ette in there. So if you use one of the thinner cords, you'll get a smaller, narrower bracelet, and you can put as many letters on as you want.
Excellent. We've got some Eslon thread for you today. We've got the bead loom in stock for you today. Super duper excited about that. We got absolutely loads and loads of treats to be bringing you. First of all, I'm going to give to you these gorgeous colours. I've got a bundle for you with your findings. Let me show you exactly the collection you are going to get. Beautiful, summery, spring-like colours, and then you've got your neutrals as well. Your neutrals come in your waxed cord. You've got that in the chocolate, 2 reels of chocolate, and you've got the wheat. You've also got the dusky pink, the rose pink, and the cream. You've then got the peach parfait, the sienna, and oh my gosh, look at that red. Now this is the red actually that Sarah's used in the bracelet here.
Yeah.
Isn't it gorgeous? And you
So
get that red. It's like a mulled wine.
It is, and
really
I've used,
lovely.
Use it in the other neckline piece as well with the lighter cerise pink.
Oh yeah, you have here.
Those two work beautifully together as well.
They do. They're like the sari colours, aren't they? How beautiful is this? Just gorgeous. So we have got for you 9 reels of the cord. I'm also going to give to you findings. Now these fabulous findings have your uber long ones, and I really love the rustic antique finish that you get. You've also got the silver in there, which is gorgeous, can also be quite bridal. So I'm going to give you, here's the really skinny, really thin ball head pins, great for pearls, great for the smaller projects, and you've got those all included as well. VPG C16, your designer inspiration with all of this cord is going to allow you to make exactly what Sarah's made here and throw in a bit of inspiration for yourself as well. So let's take a look at what you can hope to achieve. Sarah's got a few little extras as well. VPG C16, there's one of 2 ways in which you can come shopping with us here at JewelleryMaker. You can get yourself on the phone lines 0800 644 655 is the number to be dialing. You can also shop with us online. It's jewellerymaker.com. Everybody that shops has a 30-day money-back guarantee on absolutely everything that you buy from us. You can use your debit card or your credit card. Don't forget, if you've got any questions for Sarah on the bead loom or any of these projects, to get them in now, we're going to give you this bundle, and we're going to be inspiring you with Sarah very soon. We're going to give you this entire bundle for one incredible price tag. your web price coming up for you should be £30.75. Don't forget, you've got 200 of the individual findings in there. It's not just the head pins. You also get a metre of chain. You've got the toggle clasps in there as well, in the silver and the antique finish. You've got the S-style, here's everything. You've got the S-style links, you've got the normal size head pins, you've got your crimp beads, your crimp bead covers, you've got your shepherd's hooks, your ribbon ends with the extender cords, open jump rings and closed jump rings, and of course you've got your crimp beads. Now, these will go so far. I'm told that they are the perfect consistency. They're not too thick, they're not too flimsy, they're just perfectly so.
They are. They're really easy to manipulate the head pins into the right shape, so you get beautiful loops and links, and they hold the shape beautifully, so you're not holding, you know, having to push your hands too much. They do mould beautifully, and I just love the fact that you've got the silver and the antique sort of bronze in there, and if you want to mix and match your metals together, you can do. And I've just picked little elements out of the findings pack to use with other pieces with the matrix box as well.
You know what, that matrix box is going to make things go even further. I'm going to give you that within this hour. But you're not paying £30.75 today, because that's your web price. We're going to give you an incredible deal because you're tuning into us right now. You're going to pay a hugely reduced price tag of £19.95. Get it in your life really quick. I want to know how you are today. Anyway, my jewellery makers, give me a text. 60777. Start your message with the word Gem Studio. Let us know how you are today. How are you set for the weekend? Have you got lots of beading to be doing? Have you got any questions for Sarah? She's here not only with regards to the bead loom or any other of the wonderful designs that Sarah has created today. You can do it for free by visiting us online, all the w's.jewellerymaker.com. You can just click to watch us live, and then underneath there's a little section that asks you to send a message to the studio. So do that. We love to hear from you. You can tweet us. We are at jewellery_maker, or you can get through to us via the power of Facebook. But really, and essentially, want to know how you are today. It's Friday, isn't it? It is Friday.
It is Friday.
It's only flipping Friday.
I know.
Yay! We love that it's Friday. You've got 2 findings pack in this deal, 200 findings. You've got all of this gorgeous cord in this deal. VPG C16 is your item code. Huge value. Sarah, talk to me about these cords, how you use them. Do they go a long way?
They go a huge way. I have prepped my demos as well from the cords I had at home.
Oh, so you've done double the jewellery.
Yes, and I have 4 reels untouched, I believe, and then the rest have still, apart from 2 which I finished off when I put the demos together, the rest have still got some on, so loads. And I'm always really generous with my cord, and if I have any leftover pieces, I make tassels and things out of them, so I never have any waste on my cords. So it doesn't matter if I'm a little bit generous. I'd rather have more to finish a piece off than getting towards the end and you've got tiny weeny pieces you're trying to manipulate into place, and it just makes your life so much more difficult. Give yourself a little extra.
Definitely. So work with more rather than skimping.
It's hard to add satin cords into each other without having a visible knot or join, so it's quite difficult to do that unless it's underneath something where you can tie a knot and hide it away. So you want to have, if you're making a piece, enough plus a little extra just in case you just need that extra little bit.
Perfect. And the colours here are just going, in fact, I think covering so many different occasions, from that evening glamour with the mulled wine to the summer's day with a peach parfait, and you've got those lovely soft summery pinks as well.
It does show that you can choose whichever colours, because I've done one of my demos and I've actually changed the colours, so I've actually used a different colour tone
to
that one. So it just shows how, you know, you can just change your colour tones around completely just by changing one of the colours of the satin cords. It gives you a completely and utterly different feel.
And a different look entirely, and it can be absolutely for different occasions, can't it? You can go from that evening glam, and this for me again is very garden. You know, when that sort of summer wedding garden party sort of vibe.
Yeah, it's you know, I've got a dress that's got exactly those colours in that I wore to my cousin's wedding, and this would have been an absolutely fantastic piece to wear with that dress because it's light, it's easygoing. You know, it's a really nice piece of jewellery. It's not too formal, but it's not too informal. formal either. It's got a really nice feel about it.
I think you could actually go either way with this, Sarah, depending on what your outfit was. You could go really sort of subtle and maxi dress and
definitely
let this sort of take over with the colour, or you can play it down with it. You could go out in the evening with a little black dress and high heels, and you know, I actually think there could be lots of different looks of this. And what I am loving actually about your macrame today is that it's not that beachy surfer dude kind of look. We're taking macrame to a different level. We are taking macrame today into more of an elegant, sophisticated tone, which is lovely. It's wonderful. I love both you and Mark do outstanding macrame designs. The thing that I love about this today is the femininity of these pieces, and I think sometimes, I don't know if you agree with this or not, sometimes macrame is more of a daytime thing. It's more of a jeans and a t-shirt kind of thing, and you know, and flip-flops, nice little outfit. But today we're taking it into more of a glamorous occasion.
I did want to make a piece that was a little bit more feminine, a little bit more out there, rather than just being a piece of to go on your wrist. Yes, I have made 2 bracelets, but I wanted to make 2 neckline pieces as well to go to prove that, you know, macrame can be that sort of grown-up piece of jewellery. It can be elegant, it can be a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit more feminine, and you can take it and dress it up or dress it down. You know, the piece that it's got the hearts on, you could change the chain at the back into a kamihimo neckline piece, and that would change the look of it completely into more of a you know, a daytime piece with a maxi dress. But if you were to change the back just into a solid chain, for instance, or a chainmail piece, you could then change it into even more of an evening or an elegant piece.
I think this is absolutely gorgeous, Sarah. It is so girly, so feminine, but you know, it has that more adult appeal. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm getting from here, and from this collection, and I really like that. I love that actually. I've started doing macrame, now I'm ready to take it to a different level. I'm ready to take it to, well, actually, and also to show customers and friends and things. You know, macrame isn't just about the beach, and it isn't just about daytime wear. Now it's about glamour. We're taking it to a whole new level. And we are going to be bringing you, everyone's been asking about the Matrix box, we are going to be bringing you that soon. Kirsty's already been inundated online with messages saying, when? It is going to come, please don't worry. It is going to come to you today. We have limited stock of that, of course. Really busy on the phone lines, 0800 644 655 is a free phone number. There is still a few of these available for you to come, not loads, just a few. So do come quick. We have a huge number of these been allocated already. I think you're seeing the value in the fact that you're getting those 2 findings bundles as well. So Sarah, we're going to start with your designer inspiration today. We're going to start with this gorgeous necklace here. That's the subject that we were just touching on a moment ago, about taking macrame, taking that shambhala style to that level of elegance now, and that's exactly what you're going to be able to achieve by checking out Sarah's design right now and Sarah's technique. Now, of course, at any point you can throw in your own little element of design and personality. Sarah is here to lead the way and show you exactly how she made this particular piece. You can, of course, recreate that at home in your own styles and colours and gemstones. Sarah's here to answer any of your questions, so please get them through as soon as you can. So Sarah, exactly where did you start with this gorgeous necklace? Was it always going to be a necklace?
It wasn't actually. It started off life as just a braid. And I was going to add some beads or some chain down the side, and I didn't know where it was going to go, and it led me to making the neckline piece. So it didn't start off like this at all. And as a lot of my jewellery does, it evolves as I'm doing it. The other neckline piece started off as a bracelet. I ended up being a neckline piece as well. And just don't limit yourself if you're doing, you know, knotted jewellery to just doing bracelets, because they quite easily transcend into neckline pieces. Okay, so how we start off that piece of jewellery is you're actually going to use the kamihimo ends from the Matrix box when it comes on, so at the end. So all I've done is just knotted, and I've got 4 pieces, 2 in each colour, and I've just overhand knotted them. And the reason I've done that is this is going to be cut off, so it's not a problem. This end is going to be taken away once we've finished doing all the knotting. It's literally just to anchor all the cords together and to give me something to anchor it to my macrame board with.
Okie dokes.
And so I've just literally wrapped that around one of the teeth in the macrame board. If you haven't got a macrame board, you can pin this to a cushion, a pillow, or if you've got a clipboard, that will work just as well. And how you need to arrange your cords is you need to have them set out with your two outside, what are going to be your outside colours, and then you have 4 of what are going to be pretty much your inside colours.
Okay.
And these are going to these inside colours will bleed a little to the outside, but they'll always come back into the middle. And the outside colours bleed a little bit in, but they always go back out again. So whatever you set up, these are going to be predominantly your outside colours, and these are going to be predominantly your inside colours.
Okay.
You could have 2 and 2 if you wanted to. It's completely up to you, and it will change the look of the piece of jewellery depending on how you do the colours. So how we start off with is we need to tie 2 square knots, and if you want to draw a line down the middle, if you imagine you've got 4 and 4 cords, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the 2 that are in the middle on the right hand side, and I'm going to anchor them to the bottom of my board, and the 2 that are in the middle on the left hand side, and I'm going to anchor those to my board like that.
Okay.
So now I've got 2 sets of lazy strands and 2 sets of working strands. And what I'm going to do is you always work your knots in exactly the same way. So once you've got this pattern sorted, you'll be away. So we're going to work on the left hand side set of 4 strings, using 2 as our lazy strand. We make a loop over the lazy strands on the left hand side. We then take the cord that's in the centre, it comes over the one we've just crossed over, same as we always do with square knots, and then it comes under. And then we're going to pull that up, and we don't want it tight to the top for the first one, we want it to be a little bit looser. So we're not going to go and pull it really tight to the top, and then we're going to do the other half of that square knot like so. So that's the first square knot is in. And then I'm going to do the same on this side, but because I want this to be my outside and this to be my outside, I'm always going to work the left hand side of these cords first, but the right hand side of these cords first.
Okay.
So it's just an easier way of remembering it. So my right hand cord comes over my lazy strands, my left hand cord comes over that one and under the 2 lazy strands and into the loop. And this is where you need to get the symmetry. So when you pull this up, you want it to be the same as the one you've just done, same height, because if you don't do that you'll end up with a slightly lopsided braid. So that, now I have 2 square knots that are exactly the same height as each other. So these 2 cords that are in the centre, automatically are in the centre, they're now going to become my lazy strands. What I'm going to do is take the cream cords out of the slots that they're in at the bottom, and these are going to become my working strands, and I'm now going to do a square knot over these 2 lazy strands with the 2 cream cords. I'm going to start, first one you do, you just need to get your cords organised, and this one you're going to do left and then right. If you do it right then left, as long as you do it the whole way down, it won't be a problem. Now I don't know, if I hold this up to camera 2, can you see I've got some like little, like little petal leaves? Can you see them there?
Yeah.
Now what you want to do is you kind of want to, the first time you make these, you can either make them really small or you can make them longer, but whatever you do, you're going to make them the same size all the way along the bracelet. Every single time. Because this is going to give us that beautiful repetition, and it's going to make each repetition the same size. So that's just a little tip. It's just to make sure those little petal shapes, however big you make them now, make them the same size each time.
Sarah, is it easier to go larger then, or is it
actually
or is it harder to get, because then you have to replicate that? Is it
yeah,
better just to go?
I mean it's one of those ones that, like on this one, they are slightly a little bit larger. So you can see those little petals there are probably a little bit larger. You wouldn't want to go overly large because you're going to lose that definition in your braid.
Okay. Because you still want that knotting, that intricate knotting look.
So now I've done that other square knot, my cream cords are now on the outside, and these are just literally going to come back into the slots where these 2 cords still are. I haven't untaken them out the slot, and they're going to literally just come straight back in and become those lazy strands. The ones that are in the middle, anchored, we need to unanchor them, and then we need to split those left and right. And we're going to do that same square knot on the other side. So again, left hand lazy strands, we're going to do a left hand and then a right hand. And I've got a tip for people who maybe find getting things neat with square knots. If you do your square knot, your first half, and leave it loose, so I haven't tied it, then do your second half like that and leave it loose. So now we've got the knot tied.
Yeah.
I can now concentrate on getting my knot in the right place.
Oh.
Because I don't have to come back with half a knot tied to do the second half. So now what I can do is...
Oh, bunch it up now, manipulate it up now. I don't need to use my awl or anything to get complete uniformity.
No, that's it. So my petals are now the same size top and bottom. And I'm going to do exactly the same thing, but remembering that when we work on the right hand side, we do a right hand loop first to our square knot. And then we do a left hand loop to our square knot for the second half. And then we can just, I find this is just a little bit easier just for getting that perfect distance, because I've got one knot in and then I can just pull the other one and that's it. And then you're going to repeat that the whole way down.
Okay.
So hopefully everyone's got that. If you haven't, do ask me some questions, and I'm going to show you how.
Don't forget, we do repeat the show on. You can check out the show on YouTube as well. So if you just think, oh, I need to stop and start that a bit more, it's there. And Sarah's of course wonderful because she's always on Facebook.
I am always on Facebook.
Everybody's questions.
Apart from not at the moment because my internet provider's decided that the exchange is broken.
You have to do it on your phone, Sarah.
I know, I have been, but it's just so slow on my phone. My phone's so old. I've got a brick.
Are you really?
I'm not with technology at all, really.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. I've got my kids told me yesterday, you need to update your phone.
Oh, I know. I think
I'm for, so you can steal it.
Yeah, I think I'm due a new phone. So you know, hopefully, hopefully, the powers that be will do that for me.
What have you just done there with the monofilament?
I just got a piece of monofilament because I'm going to start to finish off this braid, and I'm going to do some sewing.
Okay.
Yes, and we're going to sew with the monofilament. Now a lot of people think, oh, panic, monofilament, sewing, needles, help, how is it all going to work? Yes, it will. Absolutely no problem at all. In fact, I've probably got enough thread on that needle there. But I'm going to show you how to get your monofilament to thread through your needle.
And the reason Sarah's doing that is so that we can do that little weave on the bottom there with the smaller beads. Now the smaller beads that Sarah had are the small beads from the matrix box. I'm going to give you the matrix box soon, so please don't worry. Let me just give you another little sneaky peek of that. It's coming up, it's brand new. How many of these do we have, Kirsty? She's lost her voice.
Oh, bless her. I know.
We haven't got many. We've only got a couple of hundred.
She said just like that. Bless her little Lord.
Oh.
It will be Kirsty's last day on Sunday.
Oh no.
Ever, amen here at JewelleryMaker. So we're all a little bit sad, but there will be lots of cake on Sunday. And it's Mother's Day on Sunday, so we will be celebrating that. I'm not with my kids on Sunday till the night time.
I'm taking my kids to watch very fast cars race around a track.
No, that's the wrong way round, Sarah. It's the wrong way round. You're supposed to do what you want to do.
Quite like watching fast cars race around
Well,
a track.
that's all right then that's fine. Okay.
I know, there's something wrong with me. I like rugby and I like MotoGP.
Nothing wrong with you. You like it when your kids are happy, that's all.
Yeah.
The bundle is still available. We do still have a few of those. They're £19.95, and you been very popular, as you can imagine. You get 9 reels of cord. You get 200 findings. Woohoo! In those gorgeous colours. The antique bronze ones are amazing. They're more like an antique gold.
They
aren't
are. They're so rich and opulent, and they have a real warmth to them.
Yeah.
And I think they're my new favourite. I really do like them.
I think that you're not alone in that.
No, because they lend themselves so well to all gemstones, and they lend themselves beautifully to mixing and matching with other metals beautifully as well. So, on that respect, they just go with everything.
Perfect. Yes. So what are you up to now? You've got your needles in your monofilament there, Sarah.
I've got my needle, I've got my monofilament ready, but a lot of people have asked me, I can't thread my monofilament through a size 10 needle.
I can't do that. What on earth?
Because it has got quite a small eye.
Let me try it. No, I can't. I'm just looking at it thinking,
I'm going to help you.
I'll make myself
because
dizzy.
I can't do it unless I do this trick.
Okay,
your monofilament is slightly too round to fit through the eye of the needle. Okay. Tiny weeny bit of monofilament there.
Well, the end of it is.
The end of it, yeah. So all you're going to do is get your monofilament and you're just going to put it in your flat nose pliers and you're going to squidge, 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 squidge. Literally like that.
We love a good squidge.
And I don't think you'll be able to pick it up on the camera at all.
Impossible.
Because it's so small.
Although Kaz is quite good, look. She's having a go, our camera girl.
What has happened to that is it's taken it from being a round thread to being a flatter thread. And that will allow you to then get it through the needle.
Sarah, I still won't be able to see what I'm doing though. Will it just take its place there?
It will. I mean, the way I thread needles, and this is the way I was always taught to do it. It's like, I'll say that.
Why do you have to screw your nose up like a bunny when you're looking?
Okay, it's to put it between your finger and your thumb, like pinch it, and the cord is just there. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. And then you pull your fingers down, so there's no cord hardly popping out of the top. Then you put the needle with the eye facing flat.
I've seen my gran used to do this, and then push it down into your fingers, don't you?
Push it through, and you will get it through. I haven't done it, but I will. You will do. I need to get my head a lot closer to it.
Yeah,
than
you
I have done.
She can do it. She just doesn't want to.
But just so you can believe me that it does work, I've got one done. This is the one I used at home, and it's exactly the same size needle. Okay.
Can I use Eslon thread?
You can. You could use Eslon.
Because you can see that a little bit better.
You can, you can. The reason I've used monofilament is I'm going to use this for two reasons.
You just pricked your finger then, didn't you?
I like the way you carried on though. I'm forever doing that, so if I got upset about it, I spend my life upset.
Oh, bless you.
But I'm actually going to use it to create part of the binding, part of the finish of this piece of jewellery. So I want it to be as invisible as possible. If I was not creating this little finish, and then possibly you could use, your white Eslon. If you want a contrast, use your black Eslon. It's really nice when you see the black coming through the beads. I quite like it.
Sometimes I quite like that too.
So what I'm going to do, and I've already done it at one end of my piece of jewellery, is I've bound the end with monofilament just here. And I'm going to do the same with this piece of monofilament.
Why have you done that?
Because I'm actually going to cut this end off and put it into into the clasp here. Okay. So I'm actually going to put it into the little bell-shaped clasp.
So you just want to bunch it so it's
where it should be. So I need it to be tightly bound as possible so that it will go into that clasp. And as you can see, you can just see the binding on that one. But it's pretty much invisible unless you're really going up close.
Unless you were looking for it, you wouldn't see it.
So what you're going to do is you're literally just going to take your thread underneath your braid. I'll move over to this side. And literally, I'm going to do a surgeon's knot just to start off with, which is the same as an overhand knot, except you take the tail through the loop a second time. And then I can pull, 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 like that. That's my first part of that done. And I do a second surgeon's knot straight over the top of that one, just to do the tail. And then what I'm going to do is, with my needle and everything still attached, is I'm going to take the cord and I'm going to literally bind it around and around. Now the reason I have a bulldog clip is I haven't got enough fingers.
Bulldog clips are quite essential actually, but Sarah, why don't you just push it into here?
Because I want to hold all the threads together.
Oh right, you want to be able to move it around.
Where I've just bound them, I want to literally hold all of these together. So I'm just going to do that and literally put my bulldog clip right over the top of the binding. So I've got my tail of my monofilament and I can do another overhand knot. And this is the same way you would bind kumihimo braids if you were binding a kumihimo braid to cut the ends off to use the bell-shaped ends. So you would do exactly the same. So that has done two things. A, it's bound that really tightly for me, so I can cut off this knot here in a few minutes. And also it's attached my monofilament and my needle to my piece of jewellery. And you can leave your ends on there for now if you want to. I'm just going to cut that one a little bit shorter so it doesn't get in the way. Now, I'm going to use my bulldog clip again, my also useful bulldog clip, and clasp the end of my braid. And at this point you need to get this the right way up. And the right way up is So you have these little, I don't know if you'll be able to see them if I hold it up. So you've got these little dashes sitting on the front.
Yeah.
If I turn it over, you'll see that you don't have a little dash. It's the other way around, okay?
Yeah, it's with the
and I'm
other
going to
cord,
use
yeah.
those little dashes to anchor my knots. So I want those on the front of my piece of jewellery. Okay. And then I'm going to, with my bulldog clip, anchor one side of my jewellery to my board, and with the tail, I'm going to anchor the other side, just literally like that. So I can sew, and it's not going to go anywhere.
Directly into there. Now, Sarah, before you get your beads, I'm
Yes.
going to give everybody the matrix spots because
Okay.
we have had now about 42 messages saying, hurry up, hurry up, we need it.
Yes.
Now, you had the wonderful pleasure
Yes.
of actually receiving
Yes.
a matrix box, a brand
I
new
did.
concept of the matrix box. Normally our matrix box is just one
Yes,
of these.
I know.
Now this is Kumihimo and Bead Loom wonderful because you have the smaller beads, so great for soutache as well.
It is. It's great for soutache. It's great for your bead loom. It's because the beads, all of those beads have a substantial drill hole through them, so you can get your beading needle through them twice, which I will show you in a second, and with monofilament twice through them.
We're talking about the 4mm
Yes.
beads here.
Yes.
You've got all the different colourways.
Yes.
Green, yellow, red, blue, purple, pink. You have your cord ends. Now it's not just Kumihimo. You can also end, I mean, lots and lots of different mediums. Your macrame, your friendship bracelets, your lazy daisy work with your Viking weaves. I mean, the list goes on. You've got the bell-shaped ends. You've also got your pendant bail here.
Yeah.
So we just pop over here and we'll have a look at the ends that I've got for you. So you've got the small, you've got the medium, you've got the large and the extra large. You've also got the 4 heart pendants.
I know, this
You've
sweet.
got your oval jump rings, you've got 4 pendant bails, and you've got 2 toggle clasps. Moving on over, you've got some aluminium hand-carved beads, which have a wonderful, wonderful large hole on them. They're great for beaded kumihimo, they're great for macrame, shambhala, star bracelets. And then you've got all of these beads, 4 sections in each. You have absolutely stacks, 350 carats of each colour quartz. They are beautiful, they're perfect for kumihimo, perfect for bead looming, perfect for beaded kumihimo, perfect for your when you're doing your chainmail, perfect for doing, like I said, lazy daisy work, any corded work.
These would be great if you want to do brick stitch, if you want to do peyote, if
Yes.
you want to do right angled weave with them. They will work beautifully because the drill size holes in them are perfect for using your needles with, and your S-lon or your monofilament or whatever threading material you want to use. They are just so perfect. I had so many ideas in mind, and I kind of had to bring it back into the remit of what the day's show was about,
Yeah.
because otherwise I'd have gone off on 20 different tangents.
You could have.
And you know, that was why I kept sort of bringing myself back into sort of doing braiding, and you know, and we wanted to not maybe touch on kumihimo this time, so we wanted to do something similar, different. So I had to like keep bringing myself back into the remit. Otherwise, I'd have been off on loads of different tangents because there's so much in there, and this is mine that I had at home.
We've still got loads left,
haven't
and
touched
you've
it.
prepared all of your workings for today as well.
Yeah.
So this is going to go on and on and on. For anybody who considers themselves a beader, you need to have this in your stash. The value I'm about to show you, as always, is phenomenal. Comes packaged beautifully, so we'll make a wonderful gift. You get everything that I'm showing you. It's brand new, and judging by the amount of you on the phone lines, I think this one's going to sell out really fast. 0800 644 655. If you would like to join those in a small queue already on the phones, it is a free phone number. If you're dialing from a UK landline, you can indeed get involved online, all the w's.jewellerymaker.com. Make sure you're checking out baskets if you do it that way. I have got absolutely stacks of you grabbing this. You've got to check out baskets. Hayley, Stephen, Lorraine, make sure you're checking out baskets, because right now you don't have this in your possession. GJA Z90, you have got to have it. Your 4mm rounds, all of your kumihimo and beaded project ends for one price tag. It's only $29.95. Where else do you see anything like this?
That is amazing, amazing value, because I've hardly touched anything in it. I've beaded all the neckline of that, or the necklace piece. I put all the beads underneath. So you've got so much in there, and I also use some of the aluminium beads, which take 2 strands beautifully of the satin cord through them with absolutely no problem at all. So you've got so much, so much in there, and you know, I've hardly touched it, but you've got, you could just go on forever. And if you really, and I like the fact that you've got 4 sections of each colour.
It's all in a nice compact box.
And I did the whole of that neckline piece, and I used
just one section?
I used just one section of each colour, and then I did the extra little bits on the neckline. I used a little bit out of those boxes.
Wow.
And that's
so it goes really far.
Really far. So you've got lots and lots in there. You'll be able to...
You've hardly touched any of the others.
I know, I haven't. I've touched a few of the red ones in that one, which I did all of the 2-strand weave on the back of the neckline piece, and I've still got a whole one of those. All of those.
And you've got absolutely stacks of jewellery. This is going to go on and on. The value for money that we're seeing here is beyond phenomenal. It looks like this one's going to sell out by the amount of people that's on the line. So let me say hello to each and every one of you. £29.95. Look what you've just gone and bought yourself. Gloria, Joe, Nigel, Pauline, Beryl, Veronica, Pat, a jewellery maker from Perth and Kinross. Hayley, I have got a jewellery maker from Inverness Shire. Michael from Carmarthenshire. Anna, hello Anna. Mary, hello to Mary and Katrina in London. Sylvia, you're with us. You've got to check out a basket. Tina, check your basket out. Stephen and Lorraine, check baskets. I've got hordes of brand new jewellery makers. A huge welcome to you at £29.95. We are seeing outstanding value. A wonderful brand new matrix box in quartz, genuine quartz. Absolutely wonderful. What great value. Well done to everybody who's already got theirs. I must urge you to check out baskets now. I don't want anybody missing out on that. Right, Sarah, sorry. We're going.
That's okay.
Can I bead loom with this?
Yes, you can. You can bead loom beautifully with those. I can get the beading needle plus the thread through about 4 times through those beads. If I'm using S-long, I can get them through about 4 times, so they are perfect. So you can definitely do all your bead loom pieces. So if you like the look of the piece that I'm going to do in the second section, you need this box as well, because it's going to allow you to recreate it with some of the gems you've got at home as well, in lots of different colourways.
Fabulous.
So, and also, you know, the ends are just those Kumihimo ends. For me, they are the best quality Kumihimo ends I've used. They are brilliant. They're not flimsy. They've got a good strength.
They're really strong.
They have got a brilliant strength to them. And when you're using something like a 2mm leather, you want it to have that strength, because it's taking a lot of pieces of your cord. It doesn't want to, you know, and if you put your hand down on the clasp, you don't want it to implode on itself because it hasn't got enough strength. And these won't at all.
If you wanted to squidge it, you'd have problems.
You would. Yeah, because when I put the ends in, I hold the clasp and really twist the ends in, so I'm actually holding the whole of my pressure of my fingers against it, and if it was flimsy in any way, it would just implode.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't take it, would it?
No.
Perfect opportunity for you all there. Right, now, at which point are we at now, Sarah?
We are at the point where we're going to start to add the beads to the piece of jewellery. Okay. Now, here we can choose, because I've got lots of different coloured gemstones, so we can take it really funky.
I reckon the yellow is going to look nice. Or the red. I don't know, what do you reckon? Actually, any of those. I don't think the pink. I think any of those. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we could do it all. We could do it all in navy if you want.
Yeah, navy would look cool. Yeah. Navy and orange is nice.
Navy and orange. Okay, so we'll do it all in navy this one. Okay. And the great thing about these boxes as well, if you don't want the red ones, if you just either put your finger over there when you tip them out, you just literally, when you pull the lid back, you can get one little section to come out for you.
So you're not going to be everywhere.
And I am going to put them on there.
Okay.
This is how I work at home. I have a beading mat next to my station, and I always put my smaller beads onto my beading mat. And the reason I do that is they're not going to roll around, but I can take my needle straight to the beading mat and not have to pick the beads up, or just put the needle through the actual beads. Okay. So we've anchored our thread as we did earlier, and now I need to get to this first loop here. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to take my needle and go through the thread. So you can actually take your needle right through the satin cord and just take it right through to anchor it. Now, have a pair of flat nose pliers on standby, because you may find your needle doesn't want to go through, but if you just pull it with your flat nose pliers, it will. and that's just going to anchor it there, and then I'm going to take it up and through that loop like that. If it won't come through, again, flat nose pliers and pull it through. So my thread is now in that first loop at the bottom. If I hold it up, it's in that first loop at the bottom, just there, ready to start beading. Now, if you want to change the patterns, you can do. So what I'm going to do, just bring my board up so you can see how I do this. And all I do, if I bring those up to the front so you can see, is I take my needle and I catch the bead. You see that's on my needle now. So I literally have a look at the beads, find one that's got a hole that's sort of facing towards me and catch it.
Okay.
So you're not picking each one of these up, which makes your life a lot quicker. Like so. So I've got 5 beads on there, and that's ready to thread straight down. You can see how easy they go onto your needle. And then what you're going to do is just literally take that up and through and pull that down. So that's your first one done. But I wanted them to sort of sit in a scallop. So what I'm going to do is take my needle back through that first bead and pull. And what you want to do is just make sure that that all pulls up, and then you end up with a nice tight neat piece there. And then you're going to literally add on another 4 beads. So that's going to be the first part of my scallop. Okay. So, I need to bring my board in. It's easier when you haven't got to pick them up. There we are, 4 more. So that's added those on, and again they come down, and you can see that that bead we just beaded through becomes number 5.
Oh right. Oh yeah. Okay.
And so that's going to come up and
Punch in
through there. Now what I do on some of these is I go right underneath the satin cord, so I'm not actually sewing through it. On other ones I sew through it. Now if you sew through the satin cord, it anchors it a little bit more, but you don't need to do it on every one. So there we go, that one comes through. And you would carry on doing that all the way along. And all I did was differently on one of them, was added 2 beads, little heart spacer, and then another 2 beads. So you carry on doing that the whole way down your piece, so you had that all done. So I'm going to show you how to add the kumihimo ends onto it now.
Okay.
So you do that all the way down and literally just knot off down the bottom. Now, what I would suggest to do when doing any piece of kumihimo is if you've got some scrap satin cords, take as many as you're going to be using. I have these written down at home. I've got 8 here, and I know 8 satin cords will go in the smallest, teeny tiny.
No.
It will.
It will not go in there.
It will, it will.
How?
I promise you, they'll go in there.
All right, you're going to show me.
Yeah, I'm going to show you.
I wouldn't have even bothered even trying. Are you sure?
I'm sure. Well, they're on there. They are there.
Oh, yeah,
They are there. So yes, they
She's
definitely.
not wrong.
I'm
She's
not.
wrong.
I don't lie.
There we are.
Okay, so what you need to do is you need a good sharp pair of scissors. Now, do you remember we bound the end up earlier?
With the monofilament, yeah.
With the monofilament, and I'm going to do it on this end.
What's this?
It's glue.
Okay, is it super of the glooper?
It is a gel form of super glue.
Okay.
This is the one that comes in your kumihimo starter kit. If you got the big starter kit with the bobbins in, you'll have got a tube of this. If not, you can use the jewellery cement off the JewelleryMaker website. It's the same sort of stuff, except it's just a different brand. I wouldn't suggest using the quick dry super glue for this, because you're binding, you want something that's got a little bit more flexibility, because you're binding metal to cord. So you want a little bit of flexibility in your glue, which the gel glue gives you when it's set.
Okay,
it doesn't
gives you
set brittle.
Because it'll just snap.
That's right. So it's a better choice. Now, where we bound up our cord earlier, it's really difficult in the lights to see, but you need to cut as close to it, but not through it. And then you'll get an end that looks like that. And you can see, if I hold that onto camera, it is really quite small. So that's why it will fit in that small end. And then all I'm going to do, and I would do this and I would leave this for about an hour, because it's warmer now, is to use my gel glue. Try not to get it on my hands. Put a good dollop in there. I don't know if you can see on camera that it's got a good dollop of glue.
You filled it right to the roots.
Because I want the whole of the end and all the sides to be bound together. So what I'm going to do is literally just twist and twist and twist. And as I say, you can see that why these are good quality.
Can you poke that little one in?
I will
do that
probably
with a
be able
pokey
to
thing?
poke it back in, yeah. And that's the end. There we go.
Yay!
And then I would cut only little bits of monofilament.
How long will that take to dry, Sarah?
About an hour. About an hour that one will take to dry.
But you're finished anyway, so you're ready to just put it on.
And then at that point, you would put that to one side. I always put it on a mat or something like that and let it dry, and then that would be ready to be beaded onto something else, probably within an hour. I would probably, personally, I like to leave them a couple of hours, if not overnight. So I
go and do the school run and all of that.
Yeah, I like to finish these pieces. I leave all my pieces to dry, go and have a little glass of vino or whatever you do in the evening, and come back to it the next day.
Oh, perfect. I've just got to let everybody know that the Kumihimo box is absolutely flying out. We're really, really busy for that one. So if you want it, we do still have a few left. $29.95. GJAZ90 is your item code for that one. Keep the text messages coming. I will be relaying them to Sarah momentarily. We have also got stock still of the satin cord and the 200 findings. If you would like that, then get yourself on the phones for it, or of course shop online. Great value that we're seeing here today at JewelleryMaker. Look at all those gorgeous findings. Not often you see them separately, so please dial soon if you don't want to miss out. 800 644 655 or the w's.jewellerymaker.com if you're shopping with us online today. Where's she gone? There she is. There she is.
I was just putting that board away, so I'm ready for the next.
Okay, now the next piece we're going to show you is how to create something like this. It doesn't have to say mum, it could say anything.
No, it could say anything at all.
This is going to be perfect for the cats.
It could. I'm just going to get the right cords for it, because I need the suede cord. Where have you gone?
This is with suede cord.
Yes.
Sarah's just looking for a suede cord. Let's have a look around the piece while Sarah's doing that. The suede cord in this particular piece being seen on the side, isn't that gorgeous? Did you get that? Oh my gosh, yes you got that. You know what?
I'm a good girl, I only use what I'm saying.
Can I just show you? I didn't even realise, I just saw the colours. Can I just let you know? The bundle on your screen right now, you've got that beautiful sparkly suede cord in there. Isn't that gorgeous? So you get one reel of suedettes in there as well, all for $19.95. And I'm just being told we don't have many of these, and I don't think you can get this pink outside of this bundle.
No, I don't think you can either. I'm just going to put that down like that, because it's actually got the little chains that dangle off the little charm holders at the bottom. There we go.
That's gorgeous, Sarah. I really love that.
Just to add a little extra, but you can wear it without as well. And this is using something that everybody's probably got in their home as well.
What is this?
I'm going to. It's.
Oh, okay, good, fine. Like, tell me everything. It's a bottle.
It is. It's a pop bottle.
A pop bottle.
You need some
cola.
Or
roller cola.
Anybody else's? Yeah.
The lemonade or some cola.
Yeah, that was sugar-free lemonade. I think that one was.
Okay, good. So we can make use of everything. That's what crafters do, isn't it?
And that's going to be the base that we wrap our cords around. So
we've all got one of these, or a squash bottle, or something like that.
Do you know what? With Mother's Day coming up, you might find you get a nice box of chocolates that's got some flat plastic in the. It just needs to be a piece of plastic that will go flat when you cut it. So I was looking around yesterday thinking, I don't know, but it just needs to be a piece of plastic.
It can be anything though. Think about what's in your fridge and things now.
Yeah. And you just need to wash it to get it clean. And that's literally all it is a piece of household plastic. So I'm not using anything too tricky. And what I did was I worked out first how thick my cords are going to be. So you're going to use 6 cords of whatever colour you use or whatever thickness to form the letters. And that will dictate how thick the plastic piece will be that you're going to put this on. So as you can see, all of my pieces of cord fit on there, but I've got a bit of a space at the sides as well. So what I did was I took my plastic bottle and I attacked it with my bread knife to get into the bottle, and then I just cut the
Before you do that, Sarah, we've got a bit of an announcement to make.
Ooh.
We've got visitors.
Wow.
Visitors. Who are these invaders? Basically, we're all here because Kirsty is leaving last show on Sunday. Especially for you. I want to let you know that we're really going to miss you. Come on, Auntie, and she's ill.
She's got no voice, bless her.
Where did you come from?
I've got the wine. I'm not silly.
You have to prize it out of her hand.
You can't drink that until after the show.
Oh. It won't make sure you hold it. Now, Kirsty, you've been with us for how many years have you been here? These lovely flowers.
I forget, a while.
It's all gone out of her head.
Feels like a while.
We want to all wish you loads of luck. You've had a crazy year and we all love you and we all miss you. We're all going to miss you already.
Yeah.
And we're all going to we just wish you so much luck in your new venture. Yeah, we'll give her a... Anything you'd like to say? Do you want to... Should we have a bit of Kylie and Jason moment?
Because I'll pass on my germ.
Oh yeah, there is that. She is German. You might want to step away actually. Yeah. Scott, have you got anything to say? Should we pass the microphone around actually? Yeah. A little bit of something to say.
We miss Kirsty.
I think you're amazing and I'm very sad. A lovely lady. Good luck.
Oh, we got to turn that on. Nobody, we're going to have to start. How do you turn it on? It's live TV, isn't it? Do it, will you? This is how it works here at JewelleryMaker, isn't it, Sara?
It is.
Shall I take, you're looking at me, you can't see you behind me. I'll take my heels off.
That's better.
I know. Yeah.
I'm an Oompa Loompa by trade.
We should probably crack on with the show.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. So best of luck, Kirsty, from us all. Yeah. You take care and keep in touch.
She'll come back. She'll miss us too much. Yeah. Watch Martha with that wine. She'll be back.
She'll be back.
Off you go. Watch Martha with that wine.
Yeah.
It's too late. It's the screw top. It's the screw top. It's the curse of the screw top. Right, now let's, of course, we're all wishing Kirsty well in her new venture. She's going to work in the jewellery quarter. So if anybody is going to be out there and about, go and say hello to our Kirsty. She's going to be a diamond specialist.
Ooh.
I know, it's very posh.
Very, very posh. Right, so what we need to do is work out the 6 widths of our cord need to be small enough to fit onto the piece of plastic with a little bit of gap on either side. So this instance, it was 2 centimetres wide, and all I did was use a permanent marker and just drew on it with a ruler and then cut it out. And depending on how many letters you're going to want to put in there, depends on how big the piece of plastic is going to be. But this is definitely big enough for Jen or Mum or, you know, probably get
Could
Sarah.
be anything.
Probably get Sarah on there, 4 letters. Just
Dad,
squeeze Dad,
Mum.
Mum, whatever. And you can get these little sort of printouts off.
Where did you get that? Where did you print that off from?
I got this tutorial from a little person, somebody called the Craft Geek, I believe the name is.
Craft Geek.
Yeah.
Can you go online and look at Craft Geek?
You can. I think.
Do you have to pay for them?
No.
That's
I mean,
nice
you could
of them.
search this alphabet. Just look for a pixelated alphabet, you know, or alphabets with squares.
Pixelated alphabet.
Yeah, or alphabets with squares like this. You'll find these sort of alphabets for the bead loom as well. You get patterns for with them in squares as well. And this will work on the bead loom as well, these patterns. So I've got one that I can put up online that's very similar. And what you need to do is, depending on how many boxes your letters have got, mine have got 6 top to bottom, is how many cords you need in the centre. So I'll pop that over there. And then what I'm going to do is
Is that double-sided tape? I've got some of that.
Yes.
Left over from Christmas.
Yes. I'm amazed what you can find at home. A bit of double-sided tape. And the reason I'm using that is I want just to anchor my suede to my piece of plastic. Now you need to leave a bit hanging out of the ends of your piece, so you've got something to finish it off with. And literally I'm just going to put them next to each other like that. And I want them shiny side out, so that's why I'm doing them one at a time. Not that I'm being fussy, it's just that I want to see that beautiful shiny edge. I don't want it the other way around. So, like that. And the last one on there. Okay, so I've got them all attached just on the front edge. And then what I'm going to do is just take another piece of my double-sided, quite a little long piece because I want it to go around the front and just onto the back as well. I'm going to peel that off, okay? Now I'm going to use the cerise satin cord this time, but you could use that sort of beautiful wine coloured one. You can use whatever colour you like, really. And it just needs to be a cord that will wrap round something nicely.
I'm so intrigued as to how you're going to do this. Do you know that?
Really easy.
Are you sure?
Yes, it's really easy.
Are you sure?
It must be, because I can do it.
No.
Right, so you want to attach that piece of cord onto the bit of sticky tape at the back.
Could this be cardboard? Does it have to be plastic?
It could be cardboard. The reason I'm using plastic is if it gets wet, it won't disintegrate. Yeah. So I'm going to put that on there, and I want it just to be right up onto the edge of that piece of plastic, that little last piece of sticky tape. So what we're going to do to start off with, I'm going to try and do this so you can see at home. Get rid of all my bits of tape. Is I'm going to start to bind this around, and the first bit's the trickiest bit to get going, like that. So I'm binding it with all my cords inside to create the end, and you just need to keep making sure that you push them up so there's no gaps, like that, okay? So I've got the first part done. I've got my tail sticking out at this end, and I've got these loose suede cords at this end. And again, this is where my little friend the bulldog clip is going to come in. So I want to hold all of those cords still. Okay, I need to do this facing me. So for each letter you want to create, so what we're going to write on here, should we write Jen?
Let's do that, shall we?
Let's do that.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
So for the ones you want to see, so on this first row of J, I have number 1, number 3, number 4, and number 6. Sorry, number 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
It would be good if I can. So I'm going to lift up number 1.
Oh.
And 4, 5, and 6, and flick them over.
This is clever. This is clever, Sarah.
It is. I know.
Did you make this up?
Nope. It was on a site I use that has lots of friendship bracelets on it, and if you go and have a look online for friendship bracelets, it's probably the one
again.
It's probably one you will find, and it's on there. Okay, so there's loads of patterns, and I can't
Craft
say
Geek.
It was Craft. I think it was Craft Geek. I will put it up when I get home. I'm really pleased that this person put this up online, and that that it was there for everyone to see. So what I've done is taken my satin, and I've done a single wrap with those ones tucked up. My second one is exactly the same. Yeah. So I can do the second wrap with those tucked up.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Like so. And just make sure that you keep pushing and pushing everything back up. And my third one is just to put
just the two top, the one top and the one bottom.
The one top and the one bottom. So I'm going to drop these back. What you need to do is make sure that that second bind stays bound, and then drop those two back, and drop that one back up over. It's a bit fiddly, but at home you'll have more fingers and hands and not be trying to do it towards yourself and backwards and forwards. And
you need to do that twice because it's the same in the next one along.
Okay, brilliant. 1 and 2.
And then it's all of them.
Oh yes, for 2. So we have all of them lifted up for 2 turns. 1, 2, like that. Then you're going to drop them all back down. You might think, hang on a minute, this doesn't look like anything.
But it'll soon
will
come together.
It will. Now I haven't got that quite as tight as I want it to in the middle, but you'll soon see. 2.
How many spaces do you leave in between each?
I did
3
3 or 5. I can't remember off the top of my head.
You've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in between.
And so, if I'd done this a little bit tighter, you would start to see the J coming through. So there's the J.
Yeah, I can see
it coming round. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's coming through, and you would just carry on, literally doing that all the way, adding different letters all the way along. So you just remember that when you see pink on here, or whatever graph you're looking at, those are the ones that you lift up.
Yeah.
and do the braids under, or the binds under, and when you don't want to see them, they're sitting flat on the piece of plastic.
This is going to be amazing for the kids.
This is something that you can do at all, so you can sit and do at beading fairs.
Do you know,
Because
my
they don't
children
take very
would
long.
love this because it's got a bit of, it's a bit mathematical.
It is, and it's good for them to get their brains thinking. It's good for
It's
their
about patterns and
dexterity.
sequences, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and my son saw this morning and went, "Ooh, I like that one." So for them to say that, that's normally a good seal of approval for me.
Yeah.
And you would literally do 5 little binds like that, and then you would do your next letter.
So then you would move on to E.
Yeah,
and so forth.
And so forth. And then what you do when you want to finish this is you would, again, put a little bit of tape where the finish is to stick your suede out down.
Okay.
Then a little bit of tape on the back, bind right up to the end, and then I use, I don't know where it's gone. But
Use your medium bell-shaped ends.
Yeah.
And you've added on the chain detail, which is lovely.
And I use a darning needle just to take this piece, the end of the thread, back down inside.
Oh, so it goes all the way down the bottom?
It goes inside there. So
Why did you do that,
just to
Sarah?
finish it off so there's no knots. So it's tucked away and completely runs down inside the piece of plastic, inside all of the braid, and it won't come undone because there's lots of sticky in there and things like that. So that won't come undone. And that's
Fantastic.
one.
We've still got 5 minutes left, so if there's anything else you would
Yes.
like to... We have got some text messages, which we're going to read out to you now. Let's have a little look at those. Kirsty can't speak. Did you hear a little croaky voice? Janice from Berkshire says, "Hi ladies, missed the show for a while due to hospital and diagnosis of hole in heart." Ooh,
Oh dear.
Careful, Janice. Goodness me. Good news for me though, debit card in use today. Janet Box. Big kiss for you and
Oh,
hope you're
hi,
getting
Jan.
better and you're feeling all right. Don't do anything too mad.
Right.
I've got one more, wait there.
Oh, another one.
Diane says, "Hi, love to see Sarah. Nice to see different macrame patterns. I don't know if I wasn't paying enough attention, but how long are the cords for the necklace?"
For that one to do the 14 full braids were about an arm's length each.
What's all over my arm? It's from my top.
You've had your arms crossed, haven't you?
Look at this. Why is the colour? I was like, oh, I've got some kind of awful disease.
You've got to take all the colour off with it.
I literally just went, oh, I must go, I'm ill. I always do that though. Look at myself and think, oh, I've got a massive rash. I was in the sea once. There's all these, I'd been stung by a jellyfish, didn't even know.
Oh.
Come up in a massive rash. I was like, oh, I don't look, now I don't feel very well.
No, I've been stung by a jellyfish. It's not nice.
Yeah, but why didn't I feel it? Most people do.
I think it's because, you know, it's all there. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
laying on a bed of nails. It's
don't
not so
notice.
bad, is it?
Right, okay, we got 3 minutes.
Okay,
now.
very quickly, we're going to do the end bracelet because this is so easy and simple that I'm going to show you it quickly. Can I just borrow that one, please?
You can, of course.
I want to show you a little trick.
I call that the carpet beater.
Yeah. A little trick with this is that once you've made these, if you make the 2 ends, one with a clasp and one with an extended chain, you can take them apart.
Yay!
So you can have these in many different colours, and all you have to do is
Change them, put them through
put
there.
the tail through one loop and then bring the tail through the other loop and pull them.
Makes a good extender as well. You could make a bracelet into a necklace
You
that
can,
way.
you can. So it's a really easy one to
That's
do.
good.
And I've got one that's prepared there earlier. And what you do is you start with 4 long lengths of your, I'm using the wax cord in this one.
It's lovely, isn't it? We've
is.
only got 2 minutes now. 'Cause we've
Okay,
been
that's
talking.
fine. And what you do is you do 19 standard square knots in the middle of your cords.
Okay.
I kind of pre-prepped this so you didn't have to watch
She's
me
a good
do
one.
19
She's a good one.
of those. So that's, we're going to give you that. And what you want to do is, while it's flat, is shape it. Because it wants to be flat.
You'd have a longer piece at home, right? Or not?
No,
Would
no,
it be
this is
that?
this
Oh,
is
right,
this
right.
is the loop.
Oh, this is the loop. This is the loop.
This is the loop.
Okay, okay.
So you
Oh, of
have
course,
that
and
piece.
then you go into the... Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah. So you're going to have that piece there. And I'm just going to borrow a piece of satin cord. Literally, I'm going to create a little loop through there just to hold it onto my macrame board. Okay. Just hook that up like that. Okay. So you've got a little loop just holding that on. Then what you're going to do is you're going to just take the centre 2 from each braid, each piece that you've done, like that. And they're going to become your lazy cords. So they're going to get anchored. And these 2 are going to become your working cords. And you're just going to start doing square knots as normal. Instead of having 2 lazy strands, you've now got 4. and pull. And so you're going to do that, and you're going to intersperse them with those beautiful nautical style jump rings. And you're going to do 2 square knots, add a jump ring, 2 square knots, add a jump ring, 2 square knots, add a jump ring, and then do 3, and then add your clasp. So I'm just going to do 2, and I'm going to show you how to quickly add the clasp if people at home haven't done it before. Right, who doesn't want to play? Come on, you. Okay, so carry on doing that, adding your jump rings, and that's going to get you a piece that looks just like that one. So you do 2 jump ring, 2 jump ring, 2 jump ring.
I love
3.
those jump rings.
And they sit beautifully like that. And then what you're going to do with this is come back here, everything all wants to move. I'm going to take the other end of my clasp, and how I do these is I do it a little bit further up away from the piece of work than where you actually want it to start, where you want it to be. And then you literally just pull it up, make sure everything's flat, and then just with your flat nose pliers, just you're going to press that, and that's it. Done. Yay! Yay! Simple as that.
Perfection.
And that's ready to go. So you can do little ones like this and have lots of little links, or do whatever you want with them. Different.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sarah.
That's okay.
Now, if you would like to bundle, it's still available at $19.95. After the break, we have got the Bead Loom.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And we are going to be giving you more of the gorgeous Sarah Elvin. Don't go anywhere. More threading options follows this.
The fastest way to shop with JewelleryMaker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. Join JewelleryMaker and guest designer Mark Smith for our long-awaited macrame workshop. Get to know the essential techniques and knotting formations to create these vastly popular designs. Learn square stitch, twist stitch, slip knot and much more. The full course includes a range of different threading materials, a selection of gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you. JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Start off by threading 4 gemstones onto your beading wire. Simply take one end of the thread and pass through the first gemstone. Pull tightly. This then forms the diamond-shaped pendant. The larger the gemstone, the larger the pendant will be.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. We now have Beading Boutique for you. We've got half an hour of gorgeous, gorgeous gemstones, starting with one of my all-time favourites. You know how much I love peridot. I've got these rondelles for you. Can I firstly point out the size of this strand? You get absolutely loads. Peridot, look at that. Hello, you need it because of the value for money in that alone. The colour is gorgeous, absolutely divine, glowing with wonderful colour. You have got that springtime green. Peridot is a gemstone that is really popular in America. It's really popular. The Asian market love it as well. Oh, and us Brits tend to have to wait and see what's left. I just think this is beautiful. These would work very well, Sarah, on the bead loom. Now these are, so I've lost the word for it that I say every single day. They are tapered in size. What's the word for that? That's the word I wanted, graduated. Why did it left me?
Some things do, they just go, don't they?
Yeah. The craziest of things. So these are graduated, Sarah, so we can make a tapered piece. That's what I was trying to say.
Yes.
Is that going to benefit us with the bead loom that's coming up later?
Yes, you can use different size gemstones. You can use, I've actually used slightly graduated amethyst on this piece, so you can see that they fit in there beautifully, and it just means that you have lots of variation. You can make, if you wanted to make a bracelet, all of those rondelles, you could make a wave sort of shaped bracelet on your loom.
Yes.
So you'd be able to create a slightly different look. Hello, what are those?
Well, indeed, Sarah. These just snuck in, and I nearly had some kind of attack. This is the most gorgeous lapis lazuli I've ever seen in my life. Coated lapis lazuli. Wow. Do we not have to look at them together? They are just divine. Look at that colour. It's like a Picasso. It's wonderful.
That looks like peacock to me.
To me too.
Peacock in a gemstone. Two gemstones together.
Oh, I love peacocks so much.
I know.
The colours are amazing.
I know. There's some very tame ones at Kew Gardens that let you get very close to them to sort of take photos and things. They're beautiful.
They are stunning. They're stunning, aren't they? Now, that's coming up for you a little bit later. I can't wait for that. It's going to have to stay on the side of my desk. Brand new is that. The peridot strand that I show you now, August's birth gemstone. So it can be very important to, not just because it's your birth gemstone, maybe it's somebody dear to you has this gemstone for their birth gemstone as well. RDNV06 is your item code. You've got 110 carats of gorgeous peridot, 4x1 to 5x3 on a 36cm strand. Use your debit card or your credit card to come shopping with us here today at JewelleryMaker. We love having your company. It's Kirsty's last Friday. I've got Sara, Elvin here with me. We've got the bead loom in stock. It's time to shop. It's Friday. Actually, it's payday as well, isn't it, for so many of us? 0800, not you, Tom. You're not till Monday. 0800 644 655. All yours. Just £7. I mean, that price tag. Let's talk about that price tag. We're talking about genuine peridot. I'm giving you a genuine gemstone strand here. Peridot, we see in those large boutique jewellers. You are going to get to work it into your jewellery. You are going to get to make with it. It is not a plastic, it is not a glass, it is not something that's been formed by any one of us in a crafty way. It's a genuine gemstone formed by Mother Nature. This is a gemstone with history, with meaning. It's a birth gemstone as well. It's a gemstone, you know, actually the Aztecs and the Egyptians used it. It was said to be one of Cleopatra's favourites, that an emerald green, gorgeous, luscious, rich green at $7.95. Beautiful peridot, genuine. Now there's a queue on the phone lines. Loads of you asking about the blue lapis. Can we do it now, please? Yeah. Oh. Now, Sarah, let's just take a step back and think about all the thousands of projects we need this strand for.
Oh, I know. It's crying out to me to be made into a long V-shaped neckline piece with lots and lots of gold, lashings of gold even, you know, just to be able to have that Egyptian feel about it, to have that waterfall feel, and just have all of that movement with those gemstones. They are great. I love those.
Breathtaking, aren't they?
They just have so much sparkle as well, which is, you know, looking at your top there, you've got so much sparkle and colour on there, and that's what we like, don't we?
I need it.
So
we love it.
Yeah.
These are very mermaidial. There's some kind of magic. There's some kind of mystery. They're the sparkliest gemstones we've ever had. This is only the second time I've seen coated lapis. This is the finest strand I've ever seen in my life. beautiful. I love it. I've got to have it. I need more of it. One strand is not enough.
No.
I need to buy 5 of these. I know I'm going to use it. A genuine gemstone, lapis lazuli as well. Such a huge history behind lapis lazuli. It's got such an amazing status already. A gemstone that's primarily, not always, but primarily found in Afghanistan, so it's already very hard to get hold of. A natural deep lapis blue. That's where we get the term from in the fashion world, lapis blue. It has natural inclusions of pyrite, and then by not only faceting it, but mystic coating this strand, we're setting the screens on fire here. This is more than a firework. It's more than glitter and glam. It's more than everything you need for that piece of jewellery, for the prom, for that evening ball, for that evening gown look, for the wedding that you're going to. And it could be of something blue. It's great for tiaras and fascinators. You need this for your dress up, fancy strand. Brand new, never seen before. This one's going to sell out. Zena, I knew you'd love these. Make sure you're multi-buying. If you're looking at them now and thinking, I love those, get 2 of them at least, because you know what? I've never seen a strand like this before. The likelihood is this is the only time we're going to see it. We'll never see it again. And you know what? You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. If we give you another strand in a couple of weeks' time, which I haven't seen, I promise you on my heart with everything that I am, I've never seen a strand like this. I have not been informed that we've got any more. We are testing out strands like this to see if you like them. At the moment, looking at everybody on the screen, I think these are going to sell out in about 4 minutes' time. Now, if you love them and they're gone, and we don't get any more, because these take about 6 months to come in the building, you need to multi-buy. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. You can send them back if you don't love them. Ulia, I knew you'd get these. You've got 2, well done. Janet's got 2. I knew Zena would be in for these as well. Francis has got hers. I've got Karen. Any minute now I know I'm going to see Anna's name too. Philip's got his. Catherine. Brian's got 2, well done to you. Gloria, you've got 2. Anna in Bedfordshire, you've got 2. Nicola and Gina and Hazel and Elise and Alison. I've got Kyria and Belinda and Lisa in Bedfordshire. I've got, oh my gosh, so many of you. Francis, Gillian. We're going to give you a bye-bye Kirsty price tag. Kirsty's just said, so I'm leaving anyway. So let's see what I can do. Sandy and Barks, you've got 2, well done to you. Kathy's got 2 as well. $7.95.
I just need to do some signalling to the workshop, because I need them to go and to buy those.
Have the workshop seen what we've got on screen right now?
I don't know, but I think
the phone's
they're
ringing. We could be in trouble. We're in trouble. $7.95. You need to buy at least 2 of these, just like so many of you have done. Carolyn Cheshire, you've got 2. Linda, you're buying. Julie, Nicola, Alison, you're there as well. I've got Barbara, you've got 3 of yours. Carol, Rosalind's got 2. Linda, you're there from Merseyside. Arlene in Yorkshire, well done to you. Gloria, 2 for you. Most of you are multi-buying. I would absolutely multi-buy. Don't miss out on these. Beryl, you've got yours. I've got a JewelleryMaker in Wiltshire, you've got 2. Janet in Berkshire, you've got 2. David in Tyne and Ware. Alan in Bristol, hello Alan. Fox. Manjeet, you've got yours. Well done. Sarah, tell me, where are they going in your pieces?
Oh, I just think that I would want to have more than 1 strand of these, because I would definitely want to be making bracelets, earrings and a neckline piece to match, because they are just so sparkly. I could see these being tiered beautifully with onyx or black agate for a really sumptuous evening look as well.
They've just got that must-have, gotta have it glam. Yeah. I would be very, very, if I made a piece of jewellery on this and say my sister came over, I love that, thank you so much, I'd cling on to it and I'd be like, no you can't.
You know you can't.
Basket checkout warning. Margaret, Ann, Julie, Rosina, Dee, Lisa, Genia, Hazel. If you don't check out your basket, you're about to miss out. There are more people on the phone lines than we have with unchecked baskets. The people on the phone lines could take from you. Kathleen, you've got yours, well done. Julie, you've checked out, well done. Sharon, you've checked out. Allinson, you have got yours, you've checked out your basket, well done. To Terry in Worcestershire, you've checked out. I've got Joan in Yorkshire, you've checked out, well done. Antoinette in Belfast has 2 and has checked out. Wendy in Nottinghamshire, well done for checking out. Tracy in Norfolk, Margaret in Cumbria, Anne, Rosina, Dee, Lisa, Genia, Hazel and Lisa, you're about to miss out. Make sure you're checking out. £7.95 is your price tag. That is all. Do you know what I've got for you later? Well, in a minute, actually. This almost looks like tanzanite. I would be very much thinking of Ceylon sapphire when I'm looking at a strand like this. They've got to go together. Another brand new strand going at a phenomenal price tag for you. Beautiful. These are going to sell out. I need it. Can I try it on as a necklace? I love it. Sarah, I just want a necklace out of it.
Oh, you do.
Should I give it to you too? Can Sarah have this for a challenge? Don't you love that?
That's just amazing.
I love it.
I just love the sparkle, and that's what we aspire to when we buy, you know, possibly gemstones of a different type. We want that sparkle though, but this has got it. It's got so much sparkle, so much light, so much life, so much lift. And whether you're wearing it in very light candlelight, it's still going to sparkle because it doesn't need much light to do that. If you're wearing that in the sunshine, it's just going to sing.
I just love it. I just got to have it. Now you must check out your basket. We've just had, we have queues on the phone line, so some people have put the phone down because they were waiting in a queue. Let me just let you know, if you don't pick up the phone and dial now, you're going to miss out. It's definitely a battle between those unchecked baskets right now and those of you on the phone lines. Well done to everybody who has checked their baskets out. Nicola in Carefully, well done to you. Kathleen, you've checked your basket out. Ulia, you've got 2. I knew you would. Ruth in Hampshire, you've got 2. Well done to you. This is now again. Oh my gosh! Look at it. £7.95. I'd have paid £14.95 for that. I would have.
Oh yeah.
I love it. Can I give that to Sarah? Look, Kirsty. Look at that. Oh yeah. Think that worked? You've got to make something out of that. You'll never see that again. You see. Be one of those things, won't it? Now, can we do the sapphire now? Yeah, she's a spoiler today. She's like, yeah. It's because she can't breathe or speak. Everyone's ill around this building.
I know, it gets a build.
We're going to have to start coming in with those little things.
Yeah.
Have a look. Beautiful, isn't it? Now, I should be giving you a strand like this for £59.95. I'm not. The price you're about to get is phenomenal. Sapphires like this are always going to be a bit more of a considered purchase if you're comparing to any of our other strands that aren't a precious gemstone. But if you compare this to the world's sapphire, in fact, let's do that. Don't you think you've almost got Ceylon tones in here? The clarity is beyond exceptional. Now, sapphire, of course, being the choice of Princess Diana, she wasn't, I mean, Charles didn't get down on one knee. She was presented with a box and she chose her engagement ring out of that box. Ceylon sapphire is a particular type of blue sapphire that has the most incredible depth, incredible pleochrysm. Now, Ceylon sapphire at one point was only reserved for royalty because there wasn't enough of it to go around and you had to be a member of the royal family. So I think that's probably why she sort of went for it, and because it's so beautiful. I mean, it's classic, isn't it? And that design, we all think about that design of Princess Diana's ring now being worn by, of course, by Kate Middleton. Just beautiful, mind-blowing. And sapphires have this huge association with our royal family, don't they? Sapphires and white pearls are always associated with our royal family, I think. Now, this kind of sapphire we do not see in a whole strand. It almost looks, I mean, look at the tones here. You could mistake this for tanzanite in a way, couldn't you? It is a gemstone strand of pure excellence. And and actually the word is pure here. Let's look at the colour. Let's look at the clarity. Absolutely wonderful. Pure blue tones here. This is exactly what we want when we're looking for a sapphire. Now, it might be that if you've ever shopped in more of the high street jewellers, not the high-end ones, you know, the chain ones beginning with H or wherever, you'll see sapphires at a real deep tone that have no clarity whatsoever. I actually thought that was the only type of sapphire you could get. I guess I wasn't really thinking about Princess Diana's ring being I don't know whether I thought that was a blue diamond or what I thought that was years ago. Yeah. But I never thought that sapphire came outside of that deep, dark blue. Maybe it's because it was what was affordable to me, I'm not sure. Now, seeing gemstones like this, This is sapphire that you would associate being only for jewellers, only for the gentry, only for the royal family. You know, this is top quality sapphire. And let's not get complacent about that just because we shop here at JewelleryMaker, because we are, of course, giving you opportunities to get gemstones that before now have been out of your reach. And to me too, you know, I'm not speaking on your behalf, I'm speaking on mine as well. I do think that we really see gemstone strands that we've got used to seeing here at JewelleryMaker, but actually the world isn't used to giving them to you as a jewellery maker. This is an outstanding strand of utter excellence. It is going below £50. It is a strand of distinction. I'm sure you worked that out already. The clarity is the finest that we have here at JewelleryMaker in blue sapphire. This blue sapphire, so classically Princess Diana. An absolute treat for your stash, your something blue for your bridal pieces, those earrings. It's only $34.95. Let's talk about what we can do with this strand as a jewellery maker though. We can cluster this into earrings. It could be in studs, could be in dangly earrings, it could go in tiaras and fascinators. We can put this into a pendant. We can bead loom this. We can use our 2-hole spacer bars and make a bracelet with this. I kind of want to see it, so I'd like a bracelet or a ring. I think this is so super high end. I would absolutely get anything that I create out of this strand valued. In fact, let me just advise you to get this valued before you even turn it into jewellery. Only use sterling silver and gold if you want that price tag to be a little bit higher. You are shopping with a gemstone, for a gemstone. That's some of the world's greatest jewellers. Elsa Peretti, Jean Schlumberger, Paloma Picasso, Cartier, you know, Gems TV. We are seeing some of the world's best jewellers producing jewellery from this very gemstone. Sarah, the quality is what's really standing out for me on this strand. What would you do with it?
You know, I love these gemstone strands, and I like to keep them really simple and elegant. I like to keep my design fairly simple because I want that beauty, that clarity, that cut to come through. So I would be using precious metals with that and probably making maybe a 2 or 3 road bracelet, possibly a neckline piece with lots of other chain in there and just a single strand running across, just so that it really allows it to be beautiful.
Do you know, and it is that tone, isn't it? Now, if you can't afford precious gemstones quite yet, but you want the look, I've got a ruby red that you're going to really love. It's in red quartz, but it really does have that depth of a ruby.
It does. It's got a real richness to it. Beautiful.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? It isn't real ruby, but look at the colour. Ooh. And look at that. What about that Indian summer piece? Think about this. I'm sure I saw. Yeah, look at this. Now it's super summery. Look at that, Sarah. These are your kind of colours, those oranges with the reds together. Totally bead loomable.
Totally, yeah. I need that for those to go with this dress. Because I just think they will work perfectly.
I love these in the summertime with a bit of gold. I actually think these might. What did I do with those lovely? Oh, I gave them to you. These will look nice with the coated lapis, wouldn't they? Let's try with some luscious greens as well. I love that. I know it is quite a Christmassy combination. Let's not say that word yet, shall we? Now also, it would go, sorry, really well with your peridot. Oh, I love it. I love that. Look at that. What flag is that? I've just done. Oh, we're all too stupid. Look at that. Beaded Kumihimo, I'm thinking.
Is it Italy?
No, that's got... Yeah, it is Italy, isn't it? No.
Green, red and yellow?
It's white, green and red.
Oh, yes, it is. I don't know.
It's not Jamaica, is it?
Failed flags.
I'm rubbish at flags. I've just realised I'm rubbish at flags.
It's one of those ones, if you don't study them and look at them very often, you forget what.
What's Germany? Yellow, black, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love this combination though, isn't it pretty? It is reminding me of the most beautiful saris. You know, with all those amazing colours. I just love them.
And you know that the saris that they wear are dependent on the seasons and also their marital status and things like that?
Oh, really?
I think so, yeah. I think they're dependent on the seasons and what your status is. Yeah.
Is that true?
I think so.
Look at those sparkles. Think about clusters. Think about putting these in earrings. think about putting these in a Shambhala style bracelet. Aren't they pretty? These are going to go very well with the matrix box that you just bought. HRG K01, a 20 centimetre strand of red coated quartz, 90 carats. They're only £9.95 for you. Use your debit card or your credit card if you come shopping with us here at JewelleryMaker. We love to hear from you. Keep those text messages coming. Have you got a question for the gorgeous lady McElvin? If you have, then get them through to her now. She's here for you all day, all day. Well, not all day, all the way up until 5. It'll take her another 20 hours to get home again. Now we're going to move on, and I'm going to give you that yellow quartz that I've been flashing at you, because this is super sparkly. Have a look at this. They make me happy. It's that colour, isn't it, Sarah?
It is. It's just, it's sunshine, isn't it? Sunshine in a gemstone.
Sunshine, lollipops. I love it. It makes me think of, well, actually, it was sunny here, but where we're from, it wasn't sunny this morning. It was murky and it was misty and it was a bit foggy.
It was.
Driving into the Midlands today, the sun beams and it makes you want to sing.
That was the good thing about being stuck in a car. It was at least I was stuck in the sunshine.
Yeah, no, me too. I've decided I'm officially old because I've now started listening to the Archers in the car.
Oh,
Does that make me officially old?
Yeah, definitely.
I love it.
Definitely.
I love it.
I've not gone there.
Oh, have a look. Even my partner, who is 11 years older than me, went, even I'm not this old. I can't believe you're listening to the
My
Archers
husband
in the
listens
car.
to Test Match Special. Does that make him old?
Yeah, well, that's what I said to him. I've got to listen to that. Let's look at the sunshine yellow strand that I've got for you now, and let's talk about the sunshine. Let's talk about your summer pieces. The bead loom. This is wonderful for the bead loom. Anything that adds sparkle to your pieces, really going to make them zing. Have a look at the intricacy on the facets here. Also, it's important to note that you can see very nicely indeed that coloured beading thread through there, which means that each gemstone is offering you fantastic clarity. And it also means that if you used a gold beading wire through there, they would just illuminate. Beautiful lemon quartz, your yellow quartz, 35 carats. Now these rondelles are 4x3 and they're on the uniform, so this is not a graduated strand, it's on the uniform. 0800 644 655 is the number to be calling. Get yourself online, JewelleryMaker.com. We're going to give you this strand for a fabulous price tag today. £10.95. I don't know if you ever saw those gorgeous earrings that Mark made with the opals in them. These would work very well in conjunction with those. I just think let them dangle. If you've got any of our big dangly earring findings, these are going to be perfect. QMG P76 is your item code. They're 4x3. Use your debit card or your credit card to come shopping with us here today at JewelleryMaker. Now, my darling jewellery makers, let's give you some beading material. We're going to start with your hemp cord. Now, hang on, just drop one, I'm going down. Right, your hemp cord comes in all different colours. Have a look at this. So you have got hemp cord in your neutrals. Now these ones are, let me have a look, it's not telling me the diameter on here. Oh yeah, it does, 0.5. And you've got the 4 different colours there. Now I'm also going to give you these 0.5 as well, Kirst. They're all 0.5, which means they are the skinnier, which means, Sarah, talk to me about why it's great to have a 0.5.
These are great if you want to have a beaded lazy cord with your macrame, so you can use these to put all your beads on, and it gives you a more substantial lazy cord than if you were to use something like a beading thread.
But I can still use these for the full piece.
Oh yes, yeah, you can use those. I love to mix and match and use the 1mm and the 0.5 in the same colours, and it gives you just a different texture to your macrame pieces. I also like to use these ones, work brilliantly for kumihimo as well. They create a really beautiful, tight, neat kumihimo braid that you get with the little with the 0.5 with a little gauge of hemp. It creates a beautiful braid. But you can use them in so many ways. I've used them when I've taken a piece of gizmo and then I've wrapped round, made a pendant out of a piece of gizmo and used these to wrap around and create a sort of like a spider web effect almost, but it's like a sort of dream catcher effect on them. Works beautifully.
Yes, perfect for that.
There's so many uses, and you know, once you start, you know, looking at things like plaiting and braiding and knotting, you can do all of that with it. And just because you've got a 0.5mm cord doesn't mean that that's what it's going to end up as. It can then end up as quite a substantial braid or cord, and these work really nicely if you're doing children's or gents jewellery, because it's got that real sort of tactile feel to it. And once it's made into a piece, a lot of people think, oh, hemp's going to be rough, a rougher texture than a satin cord. It's got a more natural feel to it, but it doesn't have any roughness to it. It's a really nice tactile thing to wear against your skin. And when I've shown people pieces of kumihimo made from the hemp cord, they can't tell that it's hemp once it's made into them, because it has that completely different feel.
Get yourself on the phone. I'm just going to keep its knots because of the way the fibres are. If you love what Sarah's done, say you like to try lots and lots of different mediums. If you love to make friendship bracelets, if you're thinking to yourself, I want to do loads of Easter pieces, I want lots of Easter friendship bracelets, this is perfect for that. Now, actually, think about doing your little woven bracelets, things like that. You can do it all with this cord. It is going to be the holidays, so maybe you've got the children around, maybe it's your nieces and your nephews, or it's your grandchildren, or your own breed. PLG C28. I meant brood, not breed. I just thought that doesn't sound right. I created my own breed of child. Now I'm going to give you your website price tag, which is £6.90. When you consider how many Shambhala style bracelets you can make for this price tag, how much money you could potentially make if you're selling your jewellery on for that price tag, £6.90. And the price tag I'm about to give you is literally bananas. £5.95, little treat for you there. Absolutely bananas. 0800 644 655. Sarah, are these sorts of bracelets, if we're making Shambhala style bracelets, are they big sellers?
Yeah, they are, because especially when you've got material that you can use that costs you very little to get into your stash, and you know they're great. The children love them. The young adults, shall I say? They're not children. They're sort of, you know, high school type ages.
Yeah, like my daughter's about 13.
And my son absolutely loves all sorts, and I've made them with all sorts of different beads. I've used hematite and things like that with them. Also, you know, like the rainbow hematite as well. They love those different colours. And he has like 3 or 4 stacked up, you know, with his shirt all pulled up, you know, and looking very cool. And his mates are all the same. They've all got sort of string bracelets and Shambhalas and all sorts of things. So that's really the sort of thing that they're wearing. And if you're doing school fairs, they're great sellers, because the children will want to buy something that they can afford to buy with their pocket money that their parents have given them. So you can't price them hugely, but when the materials cost so little, and if you're doing it for your own children's school or something, just to help raise a little bit of money for the school, I don't mind when I make mine that I don't necessarily charge the full rate for my time for those. When it's for sort of a charity thing, I don't necessarily charge my full rate for my time. So
I think it's nice to be able to make things that you can offer to charity. Actually, my daughter started making friendship bracelets. She only plaits them and sells them for 50p at lunchtime.
Yeah, that's it.
She's always been wily like that.
This would be a great one to do if you are doing a school fair. Maybe do a make and take with the children as well, and get them to make their own, so you don't even have to make them before you go, and you can then get them to make them while they're there, show them how to do it as a quick make and take. They make their bracelet, you pop it in a little organza bag for them. They go home with something they've made. It's cost you very little in materials. They've had a really nice time and learnt a new skill, and everyone's a winner. And
perfect.
You know, it's just a really nice way of being able to get people involved. I always do make and takes when I do the school fairs.
Do you know, we were saying about pre-teens and things. Well, actually, my friend's daughter Georgia, she's only 9 and she makes these all the time.
Yeah, the kids just love getting involved, and all you need is a clipboard, and they can just sit there and
they
make
can do
them.
it easily. She always remembers I make the number 4.
That's it.
That's what she said to me. I can remember it because I make the number 4. Have a look at what I got for you now. Look at this gorgeous strand. Gorgeous. Look at that colour. Is this it looks like morganite. I know it was supposed to be rose gold. I just looked and thought this tone looks more like morganite, doesn't it? How gorgeous is this? We're going to give you a really quick one on this one. Almost like a bluey kind of pink, which I love. It's so soft. I really did think this was morganite, you know. CBR U61 is your item code. You've got 85 carats in total. They're 5x3 to 9x5 on an 18 centimetre strand. 0800 644 655. Pretty in pink, definitely for bridesmaids. Wonderful little clusters. They're going to look great on tiaras and fascinators. Let's think about, a lot of you are actually creating prom style pieces at the moment as well. Lots of tiaras going on right now, aren't there?
Oh yeah.
And having those facets all the way around, looking at the clarity here as well. You've got such a wonderful colour and it glows. It's literally glowing from the inside. Now the graduations are going to help you to taper your piece. From 5x3 to 9x5, you can create a point on a tiara or a fascinator, going all the way up into silver, maybe silver, really, really pretty silver and pink combination, Sarah, with the tiara twists. Now what kind of wire, what thickness of wire will go through these?
You can start off from anything from a 0.25. You normally get a 0.4 through those quite easily. I wouldn't, for tiara twisting, I wouldn't want to go any higher than a 0.4 anyway. I would, with a smaller delicate gemstone, use 0.25, and if when you get a really good tiara twist, of course you're getting a almost like a 0.5 by the time you've twisted the two pieces together anyway, or a 0.4ish anyway by the time you've twisted the two pieces together, so you get that added strength anyway. So don't be worried by a thinner gauge wire. It will hold its strength. It's what it's intended to do. That's the purpose of those gauges of wire. And they're just going to catch all the light and be beautiful. And I can see, you know, sort of people making petals, you know, if you're doing the leaf effect with those with a 0.4 wire, create like petals, like rose petals and things like that, and they would look beautiful on a fascinator or a tiara as well. Really pretty. And that's just what they are. They're just beautiful, aren't they? Very feminine, very pretty. We're going to give you a fancy price tag as well for these. Really going to add that femininity to your pieces. So let's give you your price tag. CBRU61 is your item code. They're on an 18 centimetre Gems of Distinction strand. And they're just £9.45. I really do think that it looks like you've got morganite tones in this strand, doesn't it? Don't you think? Fantastically beautiful. £9.45. So 800 644 655 is the number to be calling. Now, let me give to you some more satin cord. Now, you've got, right, Sarah, these are these ones almost look like they're sort of crisscrossed together. Yes. And they haven't got the shiny finish of the other three. Tell me the difference between them and why I'd want to use one against the other. One, I think, although they're both 1mm, one's a little bit easier to thread through. I think these ones, yeah, they hold themselves a little bit more together, and they have slightly a tighter braid to them. They are the similar sort of material used in them. They're both satin cords. It's just the way that they're woven when they come off the machines that gives them a different look. So the other one's matte, isn't it? It is, and it's because it's got that crisscross of fibres, whereas the other one's got almost the fibres running in a line, that they get much more of a sheen on them. And it's, I'd say these would hold their knots better, but these are going to give you more of a glamorous effect. So if you want the evening glam, go for these. If you want to keep a knot really, really tight or almost offer, perhaps the red is going to be a little bit more masculine, or it's going to be a daytime piece or a surfer dude piece. Yeah, I mean, they do hold their knots very well, the satin cords anyway. The other ones do as well. Yeah, they do. Especially if you're doing things like, you know, if you're doing some of the macrame knots, they hold quite nicely, especially when they're bunched up next to each other so that the knots haven't got anywhere to go. They really stay nicely. So both of those would work really nicely, but I think the tighter knit ones do hold slightly better. They don't slip so much because the knot has got a little bit more to grip onto on that weave. So it doesn't slip just quite as much, but they're both, you know, I use satin cord all the time for tying knots and I have no problems with them slipping. Depending on the sort of knotting you're doing. Things like crochet, it's a bit tricky because it's a little bit more slippy and it's more of an open weave, but once you get the first row in, you can still crochet with these as well and do all those sorts of things, or your French bobbin knitting. You could do all of those with them, so they look brilliant. I just love cord. I don't know what I would do now if somebody said to me, make a piece of jewellery and make, you know, a suite of jewellery, but you can never use another piece of cord again. I'd be, I don't know if I'd be lost without it. I would, because I use it so much now. And when JewelleryMaker started, we never got cord. You know, it was just findings and gemstones, and now we have so much different mediums to play with, and cord's just a brilliant one. You can, you know, don't just think about it as, you know, for knotting and braiding and macrame. You can sew with it. If you're into textiles, you can put it into your clothing.
Crochet.
You can crochet with it. You can do all sorts of things. If you're a card maker, you can use it in your card making and your scrapbooking.
Sticks really nicely to card, actually.
It does.
When you do the little swirls. I saw that the other day. Somebody had done swirls and I thought, that's satin cord. I love it.
Yeah, I use it all the time in card making because it's one of those ones that, you know, you can really personalise it, and of course it comes in so many beautiful colours as well.
I think we should do a gemstone card making session. What do you think?
Oh, yes please, can I do that?
I reckon.
I love
I
making
reckon.
that's where my first
Watch
started.
this space for that. I think we should do it. EJGC92 is your item code. If you love your cords, if you love to crochet, if you love to weave, if you love the bead loom, if you love to do macrame or macrame, if you love to do the hair braids, these are great for hair braiding as well. There is so much you can do with these. Get yourself on the phone lines. EJGC92, the spectacular satin bundle, green, yellow, sky blue, pink and red. Web price coming on your screen at just $9.75. Already you've got absolutely loads. Now these are all 1 mil and you get 50 meters in total. I'm going to give you an even better price tag today though. You're going to pay just $6.95 for the entire bundle. I love it. I love that you'll get, and remember, great, it's going to be Easter holidays. How much does it cost you to take the kids out on a day out? Or you can have a crafty day in for just $6.95. Everyone can get involved. There is so much you can do with this. It doesn't just have to be jewellery making. Like Sarah and I said, you could be making mosaics, you could be doing, because if you get a little bit of glue and you manipulate this around and around, you can go around in patterns when you're doing things with the kids, when you're getting crafty with the kids at home. $6.95, a phenomenal price tag, a wonderful opportunity for you to in fact do something crafty with the children. It doesn't have to be with the children though. It could be that you're sending little gifts, little trinkets away. Maybe you don't want to send an egg through the post for Easter, although do send chocolate my way. It might be that you want to send a friendship bracelet or something like that. It's probably cheaper to post. You can put it inside a card.
That's it. If you do the flat friendship bracelets,
pop it inside a card.
You can put it straight inside a card, and you know, even some of the you know, if you were to do the spiral knot like ones, they're thin enough that when they're inside an envelope, they'll go through the 5mm post, which means you don't have to pay for a large letter. So if you just remember, it's got to be under 5mm, so you don't have to pay inside the envelope, that you don't have to pay for the bigger postage. Then you know you can put whatever you like in there.
I like it. You can tell she sends a lot in the post. I do as well, but I don't use that anymore. I use the place that comes to my house, picks it up, and I print the labels.
Yes, those services are very good.
They're good as well. They're good. It could be Royal Mail, it could be iPost parcels, or it could be. Quick, give me another one.
Hermes.
It could be who?
Hermes.
Oh yeah, it could be anywhere like that. Now let's give to you 2 threading packs. Now your threading packs, if you've just started jewellery making, or if you've been jewellery making a long time and you're thinking to yourself, I'm running out of blinking monofilament, I am. Now, or I'm running out of beading thread, I'm running out of, you know what it's like. You're thinking, I've normally got loads of this, where's it all gone? Suddenly the day comes 4 years later when you do actually run out, and it's a bit of a shocker. Now I'm going to give to you 2 beading packs. I'm going to give you the neutrals, so you're going to get your clear elastic, you're going to get your chocolate beading thread, perfect for Easter because it's all about chocky, and about the other message behind Easter as well. Now you've also got monofilament, you've got your chocolate, and you've got your mink, and then you've got your leatherette cord, the wax cord in cream and chocolate. Oh, I'm saying all those words, aren't I? Cream and chocolate and all yummy things. Now these all come in an organza gift bag, don't forget that. Then I'm going to give you your pretty in pinks, so you're going to get who's put this back like this? I tell you what, what a mess. You're going to have your 2 different shades of pink. Yours will come neatly like this. We have little elves in here. You've got your rose pink beading thread. That's one of my favourite colours. And then you've got your pink elastic. You've got, you get extra ribbon in here. You get a nice purple ribbon, and you get some beautiful satin cords, 1 metre of each. Is it 1 metre, or do you get more than that? Just looked at that, thought maybe it's more. Let me see. No, it's 5 meters. It's 5 meters, isn't it? Doop, 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 doop. Yeah, it's 5 meters. So you've got 5 meters of each. Then you've got your monofilament as well. So I'm going to give you all of this with the organza gift bags. You're going to get absolutely loads. BVG C24, your threading essentials, all for one price tag. Should be $9.90, but that's if you were shopping online without today's deal. If you are tuned in to us today, we're going to give you a reason to pick up the phone, a reason to check out baskets, just $5.95 for all of this. Great gift idea, wonderful if you're just trying to top up, or if you're thinking, I'd like to try those other colours in the ribbons or the threads or the or your beading thread. Indeed, $5.95, phenomenal, phenomenal value. BVG C24 is your item code. Now, let's try and squeeze another couple in, well, as many in as we can. Let's give to you the beading thread DVD with your beading threads. Now you've got your 0.38. Are these all different? 0.38 and 0.45. You've got, oh yeah, this is much thicker, isn't it? So you've got your thick, and I didn't know we did two different gauges.
Yeah.
Because for ages, everything was always 0.45, wasn't it? So you've got 0.38, which is skinnier for you. Now I'm also going to give you Gemma Crow's wonderful Adventures with Beading Thread DVDs. Now Gemma Crow, the wonderful and fabulous Gemma Crow, was on this morning inspiring us all again as always, and she also runs, that lovely lady, an Adventures with Beading Thread workshop. If you'd like to come in on that, give us a tinkle, speak to Wendy and she'll book you in a whole day of beading thread. Now this DVD gives you an hour of uninterrupted projects. You can start to manipulate your beading thread in ways you never knew how. Here's a little bit of a snippet of that wonderful DVD. Lovely Vicky, Carr and Gemma there working to show you how to manipulate in waves, how to make those amazing structured pieces. You know what, well, remember when we used to hide our beadings? Look at those, they're great, aren't they fantastic? Using crimp beads, you can really take forms and shapes to another level with beading thread. This is a DVD that you absolutely must get. This is one of the reasons we even do colour beading. Look at that. Gemma really is going to inspire you hugely when it comes to beading thread. Get yourself on the phones. You need to have this. If you've not got it, it needs to belong in your collection. 0800 644 655 is the number to be calling. Fancy and adventure. Fancy and adventure. That what you called it, is it? That's what she's called it. You can tell she's ill, Kirsty. You've called this bundle Fancy and Adventure. She doesn't see any wrong in that. Anyone? Does anyone thinking that doesn't make sense? Or it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. She's not well. Yeah. Fancy and Adventure.
She's not well.
Have you ever been to a foreign country? Like I've been to China before, and the things, they put the English underneath the Chinese, and it's things that don't make any sense whatsoever. That's what this is reminding me of. Have a fancy and adventure, toilet this way, things like that. You're like, what? That's exactly what she's just done. Fancy and adventure. Come and have some fancy and adventure. SUG C64. This is why we're going to miss Kirsty, because in Kirsty's mind that makes sense. Does it make sense in your mind?
It probably did if I looked at it, because I wouldn't spot the error if I just looked at it.
Yeah.
Until I read it and I think, hang on a minute. So I wouldn't spot it instantly. It kind of makes sense. In a Kirsty Sarah kind of strange way, it makes sense.
Should be costing you £17.41 today. The DVD on its own, just 5 pence short of a fiver. We're going to give you the price tag of just £6.95. What are you on about an extra duh? Oh, it's supposed to say fancy and adventure, question mark, not fancy and adventure. Okay, I let you off. An adventure with beading thread, just £6.95. That means you are paying £2 for the beading thread. which is 25p each, isn't it? No, it's 50p each. SUGC64. You can tell it's our last day, can't you? £6.95. Use your debit card or your credit card to come shopping with us here at JewelleryMaker. We love your feedback. Please keep those messages coming. Give us a text to 60777. Please start your message with the word JM Studio. Otherwise it floats around. Send us your message and we will relay your questions to Sarah. A lot of you are letting us know what you're up to this weekend. Maybe you've got your first spring fair. Let us know how it goes, or indeed you want to tell everybody about it. Have you got any spring fairs coming up in your area, Sarah?
Well, there are some, but I'm not actually doing any at the moment.
You'll be visiting, though, I expect.
I will be visiting. I've got some other things on at the moment, so I'm not doing.
We keep you busy here.
Yeah, that's it.
We do. We keep her busy here. So let us know, have you got a spring fair coming up soon? We want to hear about it. And are you mixing your crafts? Maybe you craft in another way and you're just crossing the bridge over. Maybe you get gemstones from us here to incorporate in other beaded projects. Maybe in other projects that are crafting. Maybe it's that you do ornamental pieces and you just love the idea of putting a bit of peridot here or a bit of sapphire there. Let us know about your journey with us here at JewelleryMaker. £6.95 is the price tag for your bundle. I think we've got time to just do one more very quick one. What do you think, Kirsty? Let's give to you number 8. This is the Bead Loom bundle. Can I do it now or not? Thank you. Gemstones that are fantastic. You've even got the most beautiful teeny tiny labradorite. Can you see that Labrador essence? Just hitting you like a lightning bolt. Now labradorite, this is such an important strand. If you've never seen it before, it's been voted 2 consecutive years the biggest selling gemstone and your favourite gemstone. Can you see how that iridescence just winks at you? And you think, oh, did I see that? Is that a reflection from all those blinking sequins, Jenny Cleary is trying to say? It's not. It's a natural occurrence. The more layers that are made up, that Mother Nature has been, the more time Mother Nature has been growing this gemstone, the more layers, the more colour, the more refraction. Look at that, wonderful greens and blues, totally and utterly natural. And it makes it for a mesmerising journey and a mesmerising make when you're creating with gemstones like this. You've got the blue quartz, the white quartz, and you've got the tiny deep blue seedy beads as well. This is going to be perfect for your bead loom. I am going to be bringing you your bead loom very, very soon. Get yourself dialing for these. If you want your bead loom, you're going to need as many seedy beads as you can. Are you interested in peyote, geometric beading? Do you love to make beady beads? Do you love to make wiggle weaves? Do you love to make lots of intricate pieces? Are you into your right angled weave or your laddered weave? Do you love to make pieces that stand out, that take a little bit more time, that really, really look original? You've got 3mm labradorite, 3mm blue quartz, 3mm white quartz and 2mm blue quartz. Now you need to be on the phone lines very quick. Every time I bring you seedy beads, they sell out. Now I asked my local beader, have you got any genuine gemstone beads in like a seedy bead or a peyote bead? Said she couldn't get them. I'm going to very quickly give you a price tag. I've only got seconds. $15.80 is not your price tag today. We're going to take it down for you very quickly. There is a big amount of stock of this, but I think they're going to be really popular. Let's give you a price tag as quick as we can because we must go to a break. NVGC38 is your item code for 4 and 3mm beads. You've got 4 strands for £11.95. You've got to come in quick for these. I do have availability, but I am going to have to go to the break. I have got the bead loom coming up for you after this. We'll be right back.
Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Join JewelleryMaker this Mother's Day for some great offers, exciting new strands and a game of Guess Who. Mother's Day on JewelleryMaker.
In the studio we forget how difficult it is sometimes to mine for gemstones. I'm here with Rad, 30 metres underground in Madagascar, and we're looking for tourmaline, We're looking for so many different gems to bring back to you, and Raddy does this every day, and he's found us some wonderful gems today.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Tiger's Eye is a gemstone that can be masculine or feminine. It comes in like these luscious caramel colours, and when you get it in fuchsia, that's my favourite, when it's bright pink. Love that, and the chatoyancy makes it so different. It sort of follows you around the room, so it makes for some really interesting pieces.
Tiger's Eye is one of the first gemstones that I was ever exposed to. My mum bought me a beautiful Tiger's Eye bracelet when I was away at university, and I've worn it ever since. It has a lot of personal value to me. Not only that though, the JewelleryMaker Tiger's Eye which you can get exudes so much chatoyancy, and more chatoyancy than I've ever seen from any other Tiger's Eye. The carat weights are brilliant, you can get it in dyed qualities, but it's the natural essence of the gemstone which I think people find so attractive about it, and that's probably one of the reasons why it's one of our biggest sellers.
You can now keep in touch by liking JewelleryMaker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
If you have a question or query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, where it's definitely Loom Friday. Have a look at what I've got for you now. It's in stock. Every time it comes in, it flies out. Sarah, how many times have we said it's gone, it's sold out when it comes to this product?
Oh, too many times. Loads and loads.
I reckon every time we bring it to you. Talk to me about, Sarah, first of all, why this is such an essential tool for you, exactly what I can achieve with it. Why do I need a bead loom? What will it do for me?
Bead looms allow you to do those intricate pieces, those road pieces of jewellery, really intricate pieces. It takes all the work.
Is it a weaver? What's it going to do?
You can weave on it. You can use it for looming your satin cords. You can use it for beads. You can use it with wire. You can use it with all your mediums. So it allows you to roll those gemstones up. It allows you to weave them. But you can also do lots of different things with it. So I've done a pair of earrings on wire today. So you can use wire on it. You can use all sorts of different mediums, and it just means that it takes your jewellery making in a different direction. I did a weave with satin cord about a week or two ago on it, which basically came out like a little woven bracelet, and it just looked beautiful. So you can do so many different things with it.
I've got one of your woven bracelets in my collection, which my daughter keeps stealing. You'll remember which one it is that you finished off.
Is that the one with flowers on it?
Yes, it is. Really pretty one with flowers, little beaded flowers. If you would love to create added gemstones or crystals or whatever medium, it could be that you make little polymer clay beads. You can also, if you can just imagine, do your name in here and things as well. Now, your Rick's bead loom has illustrated instructions. It has 3 warp rods, so 2 you'll use, 1 you'll use as a spare, 4 warp pegs, and your warp separator card in there as well. Now it's ergonomically designed. It comes ready to use. You've just got to put the rods in. It even has the added addition and luxury, actually, because how many of us lose our needles when we're looming? You have got the magnets on either end so that you can place your looming needles right there. That's something that your original loom certainly won't have. Now it also comes with your warp separator. I want you to again look at this all set up and working. Sarah's going to talk you through the bead loom in a second. I have so many of you on the phone lines right now. We don't have many of these. We had a second batch in of about 130 today. I think a couple of days ago they had 300 and that was it. They sold out. This is the last shipment that we've got of these today. Now you can set 40 warps in less than 5 minutes. Your loom threads, you only have 2 on the end, whereas other looms, as you can see here, you have multiple loose threads. We're talking about neatness of work. It works with any size bead. It doesn't have to be tiny beads. If you're more comfortable using great big beads, you can do that. It's ergonomic. The warp threads are angled to reduce your neck strain. You know, it's all been made for jewellery makers. Now that's the thing, isn't it? This has been, and what I've loved using bead looms for is weaving. Now I couldn't get my bead loom every time it's sold out, so I have to keep using the one that's in here, so I only get to use it when I'm here, or I've been weaving off my macrame board, which I told you. I've been setting up my threads. I like just doing traditional weave, no gemstones or anything like that. I just think it's very therapeutic. Now, you've got an adjustable length here. You can do things as long as belts and things like that, Sarah. Talk to me about how once I've got to the end here.
Yes.
Because this will come, you just unscrew your bolt and it'll go down according to where you've put your bolt. Yes. Talk to me about how I would make that belt. What do I do?
You would make a piece of your bead loomed work and you would finish it off and take it off your loom.
Yeah.
So you would basically make your belt in lengths.
Now it's important to note, sorry Sarah, that whilst you actually, this is much longer than most looms already, isn't it?
It is, and the great thing is with this loom is that you make the piece the length that you want it to be. So, you know, if you're making a bracelet, you're going to measure 7 inches or whatever the distance around your wrist is, minus your clasp, to be the size that you want. And then you measure between the 2 bars. Not the 2 uprights, but the 2 actual metal bars itself. Otherwise, you're going to be measuring too far and going to get a piece that's too big. Sorry, you're going to be measuring too little distance, so you're going to get a piece that's too small. So you won't need to measure between those 2 bars, and then you could decide from anything from about 1.5 inches or 2 inches is the smallest it'll do, which is great for pendants. You can go right up to the full length of the loom, which is about 12 inches, I believe.
And don't forget, you can then add on and sew those pieces together, so you can go really, really, really long. Now, this has been put together for you by the Beadsmith, a wonderful company from the USA. Jewellery making specifics, the quality of this bead loom is outstanding. No construction is required. It's all already set up for you, ready to go. It's a patented design, so you won't see this bead loom anywhere else with another brand name on it, because this is patented. Now you have that adjustable length, so you can do bracelets, hat bands, pouches, necklaces, tapestries, more. You can make some of the most outstanding pieces from your bead loom, but you've got to be quick. Everything you need is included in the pack. Full instructions, you get full instructions with your loom. Sarah's here to help you. We do have downloads on our website, JewelleryMaker.com, or you can click onto our YouTube channel and see repeat shows that Sarah's done. Let me give you a price tag as quick as I can, because look at everybody on our screen. Absolutely stacks of you. That's $29.95. Sarah, I'm not here to ever financially advise anybody, but as a jewellery maker that can sell jewellery on or anything like that, is this an investment?
It is, especially if you're going to be doing, you know, you may have some gems that you know, some fine gems that you want to row up, and you want to do it in a way that you know that once that piece of jewellery is made, it's not going anywhere. That bead looming is brilliant. But the intricacy of bead looming as well, you can see the work that's in there, you can see the time that's gone into a piece of jewellery when it's made, and people see that. And it's also, once you've got this tool, it's with you, that's it. You have the tool, and that's it. You're not going to need to buy another one unless you know you happen to somehow stand on it and break it in half. I have no idea if you could do that, because it's so sturdy. And it's there for life, you know, it's one tool that's going to be there for life, for the life of your jewellery making, and it's just a really quality tool. I take mine everywhere with me. They go in the boot of my car, and they just, you know, are brilliant.
Sarah, it's important to note it's a very sturdy piece.
It is.
A lot of past bead looms have been what's been described to me by somebody else, flimsy. This is not flimsy, it's a solid, solid piece. You do not have to replenish anything. You just need to get your needles, which are very easily gotten hold of, and you can get those in most craft stores, very, very cheap indeed for your needles. You can get them on our website as well. Now, you will not need to replenish anything. Everything you've got is here. $29.95. If history repeats itself and this loom goes how every other time it's gone, this is going to sell out very quickly. Susan and RJ, Pamela, Amanda, Debbie, I've got Julie and Sanchia, I've got Janet, Diane. £29, and have a look at your loom. £29.95 is your price tag. Julia, Sharul, I've got 2 Dianes, I've got Elise and Gaynor and Tracy and Arthur. I have got a jewellery maker in Middlesex, I've got Susan in Northumberland, June in Essex, Helen, Deborah, brand new jewellery makers. Well done to you. You won't just get your bead loom, you will also get lots of free goodies. Lavinia's got hers. You will get a DVD. You will get a step-by-step book. You will get a magazine, all of that for free with your very first order. Now, this is only $2.95 to post as well, and it's a sturdy piece, and it's a big box as well. Have a look at that. Now, Sarah and I do send a lot of parcels. I don't think I've ever sent anything this size for $2.95, do you?
No, absolutely no way that you get to send that for $2.95. Even if
we are here at Jewellery Maker, though.
Yeah, I know. It's just, it always amazes me, and I do look elsewhere, and I have, you know, in the past had to maybe buy something that Jewellery Maker maybe didn't stock, or something for a different craft. That, you know, and when you get to the checkout, there's no mention of P&P, and suddenly it's by weight, and they've stuck this huge P&P on.
Yeah, it puts you off buying it, Sarah, doesn't it?
It does, you know, and to have a capped P&P all day long is brilliant.
Sarah, when's your bead loom in DVD out? Shouldn't that be out already? We did
I know.
that ages ago.
Well, we ended up refilming it so we could get a real close-up, because we had a special close-up camera came in. So we
that was you and I that refilmed it, though, wasn't it? It should be out any minute now.
I'm due to do a new bead looming show. I think it's the 8th of April, so
okay,
I'm hoping it might be in there.
I think it will be in any day now. £29.95. Sarah and I reshot that. It was more than 3 weeks ago, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's normally a 3-week lead time, so that will be out very soon. I can see so many names up on my board now. Please be quick. We are only going to charge you $2.95 P&P. If you've already bought something today, you only paid $2.95 for your whole basket all the way up until midnight tonight. Peter, Mary, Janet, Sissy in Texas is shopping. Hello, Sissy. Lavinia and Maria. She's not in Texas anymore. She's in Oklahoma. Was she in Texas on holiday, was she? I love the way we know everybody's gossip here at Jewellery Maker. Hello, Sissy! We've had a very interesting fact. Bertha in Colorado. Hello, Bertha. Jewellery makers from all over the world. Bertha says, hi all, bit of a trivia. Mr. Ricks is a retired police officer from Colorado who got into beading for relaxation. Hang on, what's that saying? Fans call themselves Rick's Lumatics. I love it, they're Rick's Lumatics.
It is so relaxing,
How
though.
fabulous is that? Thank you, Bertha. Don't you love our jewellery makers?
I know, and I know that Rick's still doing bead looming courses out in America.
Is he really?
Yes, yeah, it does, yeah.
I think we should go.
I know.
Oh, we must go. Bertha, make it happen. I always want to sing Bertha. Lovely Bertha. Do you remember that song?
Yes, I do.
I wonder if, Bertha, you probably don't know that song. There is a song about you in England. $29.95. Hang on a minute. Doesn't it say this is a product made in the USA, and we've got Sissy in Oklahoma buying from the USA. So this is going all the way. Is it good value, Sissy? $29.95. Incredible value. Well done to everybody that's got theirs. It really is fantastic to have your company. I didn't know Sissy was on holiday in Texas. You didn't take me with you, Sissy, did you? I've told you about that impromptu holiday. Sarah's off to the Dominican Republic in the summertime. Let's go over and meet that lovely spoiled princess. Come on. Here she is. Sarah, it is a lovely thing to do looming, isn't it?
It is.
You know, like I said, I can weave only when I'm in here with the bead loom. I do often borrow yours. We've got two that we have set up.
Yes.
I'm allowed to loom on them, but I'm not allowed to pinch them yet. Now, let's have a look at the projects that you've created first. Now, I've never seen... bead loomed earrings. Nearly had it then, didn't I? It's all right, same as I've never seen...
You almost didn't see them?
They went woof. I've never seen bead loomed earrings. These are gorgeous.
Yeah, I just did something a bit different with them.
How fab are they?
Yeah. One's twisted round, but you can see the
Now you've got two different sides to these actually.
Yeah.
So just, there you go.
Yeah.
That's it. How wonderful.
I
love that bling.
Just because those labradorite was so fantastic, I had to have them to be all indulgent.
Have a look at the bracelet as well. Now, what have you done this with? Eslon and...
Eslon and monofilament.
Because you can't see them, can you?
You can hardly see the Eslon at all. I mean, if I wanted to hide it completely, I would have done it all with monofilament. You wouldn't have seen any of the threads, but I actually wanted to see some of the threads because it shows people at home a bit the working of the piece as well. So it just shows. But if you want to hide it all, you can use your Eslon the whole, your monofilament the whole way through.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Right, my darling.
Okay.
Which one are we doing first?
We're going to do the bracelet first.
Okay, lovely.
I've got the earrings pretty much set up, so I can quickly show you that as well. I'm going to show everybody literally step by step the whole way through. So if you've never loomed before, don't panic. Now this project...
It is easy actually.
Very easy.
You know that I'm not very good at anything that takes any sort of brain power. I'm not. I'm a simple girl from a simple country place.
It's very, very easy.
You just went, yeah, because you're from the country. I said, why I'm simple, Mikey?
Right, what you want to do is get your two...
How rude is that? That's my director in my head. Yes, you are from the country.
Oh.
How dare you?
It's not in the country.
It's a good job we love you, Mikey, and that we can't... No, okay, so sorry about that, Sarah.
Okay.
Right, so take us right from the very beginning.
So you got your loom out the box and you've put your two bars in the two gates at the end.
Now the little squidgers at the end, you need to put in,
You need to put them in, and you need to make it so that these aren't moving up and down too much, because otherwise they're going to move around when you loom on them. So you don't want a big gap between the eye and the actual squidgers.
Yeah.
And
that's my technical term.
I'm going with it.
Squidgers.
Going with it. Going with squidgers. What you do need to do for this project is we're going to do it a slightly different way than it would be normally. Normally we would make our loom the right size for the bracelets between the two bars. I'm not doing that on this one. So I've taken my loom and I've opened it up to its full width. So I've taken the little butterflies down the bottom here. There's two. There's one underneath and one on top. Like that. There we go. And I've taken them to the full length. So my loom is now at full capacity.
Okay, which is what, 30 centimetres, isn't it?
It's roughly 30 centimetres,
okay.
Yeah, between there and there. And then what I've done is I've taken some monofilament, and all you do is, with your little T-pins, is you take it through the little slit that's in there, and you wrap it round, and then you wrap it back through the little slot. And you'll know that you've done it right, because it doesn't matter how much you took that, you can't make it move.
Do not let the men in your life use these as tees for golfing.
No, otherwise they're going to have to go and buy you some extra ones
yes.
if they do that. So you need, and the great thing about this loom is you don't lose anything, because there's a hole for all the tees. When you put it away, you just put them all in the little holes at the end, and your bars rest on the magnets at the end of the loom, so you never lose those either.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yes. These are the magnets aren't just for your needles; they're also for your bars, which is
when
just
you take them out.
they're so strong. Those magnets.
No,
it's like Star Wars.
It is. So I'm going to do mine, and I found a little tip for you. That I didn't know. If you actually start your threads at the top end of your loom, which is the loom that's at the end of the loom that's highest, you'll notice that if I turn this, if I turn it that way, you see there's a top and a bottom. The one's lower and one's higher.
Like a bed.
Yeah. So if you actually start with them at the top on the higher one and put your T, and what you want to do is you want to put the T.
Because you could start either end, couldn't you?
You could, but I found if you put them at this end, they're out of the way and they don't catch these T's. So it just works out better.
Okay.
Okay. So I've got my monofilament. I've still got it on the roll. And I'm going to just put this sideways because it
would you normally have it that way, facing you
I would.
at home?
Yes, yeah.
So for the purpose of the demonstration, Sarah's
so
facing
you can see me going backwards and forwards.
But actually at home you'd
have it head on.
Right.
Yeah. So I've gone over my bar. So I've put my T in number 2 with the hole. I've gone over and over. And your monofilament will fit through.
Can I use another medium if I don't have monofilament?
You could use Eslon, you could use beading thread.
Cotton or not? Is that too sticky icky?
You know, with cotton, the trouble is if you get it wet, it has a tendency to rot.
Okay.
So it probably would last in a piece for a couple couple of years maybe, but if it's some piece that you're going to wear and you're going to do the washing up in it, or you might get it wet, you know, because you're looking after the kids.
Isn't it?
This is resistant, and the Eslon's resistant. It's a medium that's resistant.
Is the Eslon? Oh, because it's nylon.
It's nylon,
yeah, okay.
so and it's designed for jewellery making.
So a man-made fibre would be best.
Yes, it would. Yeah.
Okay,
something like that. So I've gone over and over, and now I've come back through the gate to this side, and we're going under. And if you've gone under at one end, you go under at the other end. And you just take your reel through, and then over and over this one. Now this is my last wrap because I'm going to put 3 warp threads on. I know it looks like I've got a lot more in there because I've got the smaller gemstones, but I'm only going to need 4 warp threads. So I've got 1, 2, 3, and this is going to be my 4th one coming down here.
Okay, but you're not going to go all the way with the 4th?
No, I'm going to just literally going to come back. I'm going to get my tea, my spare tea, which is that's that one there. That's all right.
Could have been more helpful.
That's okay, no problem.
I've watched you do this, but I've never actually used this with because it's already been set up to me when I use it in the studio.
Right. So what you need to do is you need to cut your monofilament long enough to get itself to the hole at this end, and have some to wrap in round your tea peg. So all you do is you take your thread, it goes. There, get that through this little slot. You wrap it around 2 or 3 times, and then turn the peg so the slot's facing you, and then just literally catch it back in there. Oh, I've completely missed that one. Sorry. That's doing monofilament at distance with lots of light. There we go. And then that goes into the end. So that's now set up. Now what you want to do at this point is you want to check your tension, because you might need to adjust it. And to adjust it, because you've got these 2 pegs at the end, all you need to do is to twist them, because they're now got the monofilament locked on. So all you need to do is just twist these, and
it's like a guitar string.
It's like tuning a guitar, and you don't want these poles, you don't want them bending. So if you've got too much tension on them, they will bend. They've got bend in them.
Yeah, they've got a bit of flex, haven't they?
You don't want them bent because that's too much tension. You put too much tension in, and you just need to release it a little bit. So that's your start, your loom set up. So I've got my 4 warp threads with my monofilament all set up on there.
Okay.
The next thing you need to do, and now because these 2 T's are at this end of the loom, they're going to be out of my way when I'm threading.
That's a good. Did you just come across that and go, oh God?
Do you know, I set it up back to front and I realised it was much easier.
I do things like this all the time. I think, why? Like when I used to take CD beads all off and then thread them again, and then I thought, was it you that said to me, don't do that? And I was like, why didn't I always know this?
Don't do it,
it's like common sense. I haven't got any of that.
That left me a long time ago.
No, just to let you know, sorry, Sarah. No, just to let you know, we only have a very small amount of the bead loom left, so please act fast. It's £29.95. Geraldine, Rosina, Michelle and Lisa have unchecked baskets. Now, it's no good at an unchecked basket if you really want it, because you'll miss out if somebody on the telephone comes along and takes it, because if it's not checked out, we just don't, we can't promise it to you. So I'm only naming you because I don't want you to miss out on yours.
We don't want anyone.
So what's going on? You're getting your
I'm getting all my beads ready. Getting all my beads ready, and again on my mat, because I prefer to bead off a mat. Because they don't roll everywhere unless you pick it up and forget.
Have you got cats or not?
No, it's just children.
I don't know what's worse sometimes.
Do you know, I think sometimes the children come along and you just don't know what they're doing, you know, and they come in and they've had your beads and you don't know what they've done to them, and they've mixed them all up and they're all the same sort of colours. It's crazy.
My house is like Dr. Doolittle's at the moment, because do you remember the ducks from last spring?
Oh yeah.
That laid on my roof, my thatch roof? They're back. This time she's got 2 husbands. So there's likelihood there's going to be more than 18 ducklings this year. She's still laying on the roof, the silly duck.
Why is she laying eggs on the roof?
I don't know, because to protect them from the fox, but then they hatch and they roll down the roof and go, and there I am trying to catch them all. Any day now. You'll hear about it. I'll be bringing them in.
Sounds like some sort of strange computer game.
I know, it is. I'm like that. Now, before you start, everyone's asking for the gemstones, so we're going to give them to you. And you've got some beautiful, beautiful toggle clasps you got with this bundle.
I was going to make another pair of earrings with the toggle clasps, because I just thought, you know, that the circles were beautiful for
They're
earrings.
almost Bollywood, Sarah.
They are.
Aren't they?
They are really, really got that glamorous look. And when I buy pieces of jewellery, I do look at the clasp and I do look at the finishing, and these are gorgeous.
You've got 3 of those in total, and then you've got the gorgeous gemstones as well. So you've got the faceted labradorite, who does not fall in love with that. You've got that gorgeous blue quartz. I love that. Banded agate in seedy beads. I've never seen these. I think they're gorgeous. I love seedy beads so much. You know that when I went and I saw the geometric beading, I fell in love with beading all over again, because I just thought, you know, basic beading, la la la, think I know it all, rah rah rah, you know. And then you see something I haven't got a clue. When I went in there, when I went into this beading shop in Hitchin, near where I live, I was blown away at the tapestries this lady had done. They were crazy, and I thought, oh my gosh, I've missed a trick here. Wonderful seedy beads now are my favourite of all of the
Well, you know,
beads.
I love them anyway, and I love using them because they create so much more texture in your jewellery. You can create lots of different things. Large beads are lovely for that impact, that feel, but beautiful. But smaller beads allow you to create detail and texture and shape and form with them, and just creates just beautiful jewellery. And you know, I've got a thing for beaded embroidery at the moment.
Don't even get me started. All around the little pie collars you can do. Oh, I love it. Do you know, embroidery with gemstones is wonderful. When you start putting it in clothing as well, oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. You can reinvent a whole outfit just by putting some gemstones in there. And you can do that with these bead looming onto a strip that you can then sew onto your dress, underneath,
or onto a handbag,
on the hemline, on a handbag, anything like that. You can revamp anything with beading. You really are going to enjoy your bead loom so much. I'm super jealous of you all. 0800 644 655 is the number to be calling if you want this gorgeous bead selection put together by Sara. Then you need to get yourself sorted and get this in your basket. Now at $32.75 you're already getting phenomenal value. And don't forget, with your bead loom, it doesn't matter the size of your gemstone. You can work with big gemstones. We touch on that on the DVD as well, actually, in Gems of Distinction. But I'm going to give you a knockout deal right now. You're going to be paying just $24.95. Now, for me, the agates. Now, when I went to that bead shop I was talking to you about, I asked the lady, and I tell you this story a lot, I know, can you get genuine gemstone? Because I wanted to go and look how much they were, because I like to do a lot of research, as you do. And she sort of laughed at me, and she went, I can't get real. She said they'd be so expensive, and I wouldn't be able to give them to my customers. They just wouldn't be able to afford them. She said, you don't really get them. And I went, which is hard for me. I was like,
I know.
Get out of this shop quickly.
It's a rare form to find, in any other beading shops, gemstones. Then if you can find them cut and faceted, that's great.
Yeah, they're normally round, tiny rounds.
Either the tiny rounds or the shell, or they might be shell pearl, something like that. Yeah. Those sorts of things. You might get tiger's eye if you're very, very lucky. And to go and say, could you actually give me faceted 4mm?
Can't get them.
Can't get them. And I've not seen them personally, and I've been to several bead shops in my area, and I haven't seen them. And it's one of those things that they just allow you to do so much with them.
Even when we go to these big trade fairs, they're very hard to find unless you're shopping on the JewelleryMaker stand. Your details for your bead loom coming up on the bottom of your screen. We're approaching single figures on that one, so you need to be quick. Okay, Sara, sorry to have interrupted
That's okay.
you. Where do we go now,
All I've done is taken a really good long length of my Eslon thread. Now,
by long length, now we know that everyone's going to want you to be totally specific.
Do you know what?
I reckon
this is probably shorter than I would do normally. I did the whole of that piece in one piece of Eslon, so it was probably 2 meters long, which is a really, really long length, okay? So whatever you can work with and you're happy, because I've done a lot of sewing, I can work with a long length of thread and I'm quite happy and I don't get it tangled up. If you're the sort of person who's not happy working with a longer length,
me,
start with a shorter length, because
you can add on,
or you can add on, and I'm going to show you how to do all of that.
Oh, fab!
Yeah,
I'm much better doing that.
And all that sort of stuff, because it's one of those things that once you know how to add on and finish off, you can add as many bits of thread as you want. So if you're doing, you know, a metre long piece or a really wide piece, you need more thread.
So we've got the Eslon thread coming up later, and I know I did why have I lost the word for it? Soutache, that's the word I was looking for. A soutache show with Linda the other day, and Eslon thread is really hard to get hold of. You do have a very small amount to give to you in a moment. Let's get on and see exactly what Sarah does with the S-Lon thread. I'm going to give it to you in a minute.
So what you need to do is exactly the same as I did with the monofilament round one of the little T's, but you need to leave a good, probably 10 inches left of your S-Lon, because you're going to then put this back on the needle to tie it back in, okay, at the end. So you need to leave yourself a length of the S-Lon thread at the end. Add it onto your T as before, and you want it in the last slot on the side, on the left-hand side of your loom, so that you can come up over your gate. So I'm just going to turn this around so you can do this on the hopefully on the overhead. Let me just get this in the right place. There we go. Right. And if not, I will turn it sideways in a second for you. So what I've done is on my S-Lon, I've added my needle. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my thread over the gate at the end and bring my beads and my needle underneath all of my warp threads. So I've got 3 beads on there already, and it's the worst bit is just getting this in the right place to start off with. Okay, so I've got 3 beads on there, and I just need to sort my warp threads out, because if they come together you won't be able to get your beads in between. And what I want to do is to get 1 bead with a warp thread sat on either side of it. So to the left and to the right of each bead there is a warp thread, a monofilament warp thread. My thread has gone all the way underneath all of my threads. Now I'm taking my beading needle and I'm taking it around and over the top.
So your S-Lon has gone underneath your warp
It's gone
threads.
Underneath all my warp threads. So, and whoop, come back you. This is the hardest piece to do with these beads. Once these are on, you'll be away.
Starting off is the worst because you need the anchor point, don't you?
You do. And what I'm doing is I'm taking my needle over all of my warp threads now. So it goes through the beads and over the warp threads. Now this one's decided it's going to pop through. So I just need to sort it out.
It's very difficult showing you this, actually demonstrating this. At home you won't suffer as much because you'll have this the right way round to you and it'll all be fine.
So there we go. Oop.
Okay.
So the 3 beads are in there. Right, now just let me...
What needle have you used, Sarah?
It's a size 10 beading needle.
And those are available on our website?
Yeah, they are. Right, okay. So once I get this all sorted, you'll see that it'll be fine. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my beading needle.
See, now they're staying where they're supposed to stay.
They will do once I've gone through again. So now, because I haven't quite got a lock on this end at the moment, on this left-hand end, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my beading needle, and I'm going to go under again, all of my threads.
And that will secure them in place and stop them from almost sagging down a little bit, won't it?
Yeah, it will. Under, under, under. And pull. And pull those tight now, and then over, over, over. And this is, once this first row's in, you'll see.
So you're going 3 times through that
in
total.
Yeah.
And the beads are taking that okay?
They're taking that absolutely fine. No problem at all. Right, so, and pull that through. And that's that done. So that's my first row is now anchored in. Don't worry that that one looks like it's sinking in the middle. It's fine, it won't be a problem.
Okay.
What I would then do is do 2 more rows of these large gemstones, but I'm not going to do that for speed because I want to show you how to get the cross into the design.
Do I go 3 times through just before you move on? Do I do exactly what you've just done?
You would only go backwards
once?
and forwards.
Right, okay.
It's just the first row that I would always do that, and my last row I would do it again on my last row as well.
Just to give you the solidarity.
It does. It just means that that's now is not going anywhere.
Okay, don't forget we are going to be repeating this show on YouTube as well for you to download and watch at any time you want to.
Right, okay. So how I showed you before is I'm going to get my beads and I'm going to do it off my mat.
Now using the beading mat allows you that little bit of a stop point where the bead will almost help itself onto.
It does, it's almost like a little form of friction, and you can kind of chase the bead. There we go, 1, come back, we chased you. And you can sometimes, with the light, you can actually see the holes of the beads.
Watch your finger arties.
I know. There we go. So it's 2 of the light blue, 2 of the banded, and then 2 of the light blue onto your beading needle.
You can of course go in whichever sequence you want, can't you?
You can. This is going to form the crosses that are in the design. It's got the labradorite in the centre of the cross.
So let's see that.
Can you see? There's the 3 rows of the labradorite and the amethyst, and then there's the cross in the middle.
So we're talking about here.
Yeah.
you've got the cross here. So quite Easter relevant then, isn't it, with those crosses?
A little bit. So I've got my beads onto my thread. I've taken my thread underneath all my warp threads.
Remember, for the purposes of the demonstration, Sarah's only done the 1 row of the large beads. You'd actually have 3 rows of the large beads at this point.
Yeah. And then this one is going to be just a wee bit fiddly because these beads are going to want to move around. You're going to go through the 2, through the 2, through the 2, and then this one is now going to be anchored into place. And you can see that they're slightly smaller than the larger beads, but the warp threads just pull together.
Perfect.
And then I do that exactly the same again. So, see if we can get these 2 to behave themselves. 1, 2. Come on, you. No, doesn't want to behave, that one.
Are we following a certain pattern?
We are. We're doing 2 of each. So it's 2 light, 2 dark, 2 light. See if we can get this one on there. I don't want to play today.
Monkeys.
I know. You're sitting at home with a cup of tea and your favourite TV programme, they're fine.
Yeah.
It's the studio lights because I can't quite see the holes in them. Right, and then that goes under again. Always take your, add your bead and then take it underneath your warp threads. Back up. And this is going to be the bottom part of the cross, and then you just go back through them again. You can see it goes quite quickly now once you get going. That's it, we're through. So now I need to make the next part of the cross where the labradorite's going to sit.
Oops, let me show you. So the labradorite's sitting here in the centre of the cross.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is do a slightly different technique because I can't bead loom straight across because the labradorite's going to be in the way.
Ah, yes, you like to make your own life difficult, Sarah.
Oh, we're all learning. It's techniques, new techniques,
yes.
new inspiration, new everything else.
You're a lunatic.
I am a lunatic. So what I've done is I've got my 2 banded agates onto my needle. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my needle, but I'm going to take my needle through the 2 warp threads at the first 2. Okay. So I'm making like a mini sandwich with 2 warp threads. So all I've done is taken my needle and brought it up through the middle. So if you imagine if you'd only put 2 warp threads on, this is how you would be looming at the moment. And through you go. 1 and 2. There we go. So that's gone through. So I can pull
So you went in and back out again.
I did. And then pull, and then that's 2 on. So you can see I'm getting that little step. And then I need to put another 2 of the banded agate onto my needle.
Okay, there's some there. Humming as we go.
I know, it's because I can't find the holes in these.
There we are. Now, don't forget, your gemstones do come with the 3 toggle clasps as well for £24.95. Bead Loom is still available as well. Not many of those left now. We are in single figures. It's £29.95. You need it. I need one of those. I love them.
Yeah, and I've just done exactly the same again. Come up through the middle of those 2 warp threads. So can you see I've got like a little...
So you've gone up a step.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see what you've done there.
If I pop that up, do you want to see it on the other camera? Oh, there we go. Can you see? I've got that little step in there, just there. So I've got an extra 2 in on that row, but there's nothing else been added.
Okay.
So.
Plenty of time, don't worry.
Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm now going to take my beading needle. So I've got my 2 rows of just 2 on.
Okay.
I'm going to take my beading needle back through, and it doesn't matter whether you go over or under, through the first 2 we added. So not the row you've just added, but the one before it. So and that's going to bring my needle in, and it's now, make sure it's underneath my thread. Oh, no, don't do it like that. Don't do it like that though. It was underneath anyway, I think. Just double check.
We've got the Eslon thread bundle for you in just a mo, so just let me know when you're when you've got a gap, and I'll give everyone the Eslon thread.
Just do this little bit, and then we'll have a nice little gap while I change looms.
Oh, perfect. It works out right.
It works
then,
out.
it? Yeah.
So I've added on my labradorite, and I'm adding that into the centre. I'm going to bring my needle up, so it's between the 2 threads on this side, the 2 warp threads, so it's going to create a sandwich between that labradorite.
My director's just said, "Oh, she's not making this up as she goes along. I see what she's doing now." There's a method in the mountains.
Sometimes we do make it up as we go along, but no. And then I'm just going to take it back through again.
Through the gemstone or underneath?
Yep, through the labradorite, back through again, because I want to come back out on this side, ready to put my other 2 beads in on this side now.
Okay.
Because I've got to get those in, and I need my needle to be at the bottom, like that. And then I'm just going to make sure that it goes right, it is at the bottom and underneath that thread, otherwise it won't make a proper sandwich. And then I'm going to pick up another 2 of my banded agate for the other side and do exactly the same thing. Oop, come hither. 1, 2. There we go. Okay.
They're behaving now for you.
They're starting to behave themselves. It's the threads, you see. The sound thrashing. They don't behave themselves. So you go underneath like that again, and then over the top again. Make sure you come up over the top. And if it jumps like that, don't worry, just hold onto the tails of your threads. It will help to keep it in place. So that's 2. And I need to be down underneath again. And then 2 more. And then that will be that finished. And then what I would do is come underneath. I'm going to come back over the top again, like that, and then take my needle through the labradorite and back through the top, if I can get it, back through the labradorite, because I need my thread to be back on this side again, on the left hand side, and then I'm going to go through the top 2 rows, the top row of the 2 banded agates, like that. There we go. And that's then I can replicate the other side of the cross and the bars with the 3 with the labradorite and the amethyst, and that basically will get you to do that pattern. And I'm going to show you how to create all the fringing.
Okay, now while Sarah's switching looms, I'm going to give you the Eslon thread you've been waiting for. Bead loom still available. We've had a question. The difference between Eslon and Ceylon thread. Can you answer that for me?
Ceylon is a thicker version of the same thread. Ceylon typically is used for micro macrame. And that's sort of, or you can do your beads with knots in between and things like that, but that's what typically Ceylon would be used for. It's a thicker version. So the Eslon is like the super fine version. I don't know what the C stands for in Ceylon, but it's a thicker version. It's like a point, I think it's like a 0.4 or something thickness.
All right. So this is better for the looming, is it?
It is, yes. I mean, you could use...
And you do both jobs, I suppose.
I mean, you could use the Ceylon if you wanted that for the warp threads, and then you could use your Eslon to do your weaving with your beads. So you've got the choice. Okay. It's not that you can't use thicker threads, because I've used satin cord and all sorts on here. So you can use any of the cords you want, as long as you can attach them to the loom, and then you can loom over them.
Yeah, so you can get the colour from a nice satin cord if you wanted to. Yeah. Right, now it's all about the Eslon thread. Now, have you been waiting for this because you love to do lots of different beading projects? If you like your peyote, if you like adding beads, you should always have the 2 colours, white and black, according to your gemstones. I'm going to give you some gorgeous gemstones as well. You can see those twinkling and sparkling away. Eslon thread is wonderful for soutache. Eslon thread is wonderful for your embroidered beading. Eslon thread is fantastic. Oh my gosh, the phone lines are going crazy. MAG. Let's have a look at everyone, because both my director and my producer went, whoa! Everyone's flooding. All your names on my screens. It's lovely to see. It's time for you to get not only the Eslon thread, but you're also getting some little 4mm, Tiger's Eye and 4mm picture jasper there as well. Wow. Get yourself dialing. These are all lovely and faceted, so they've got that sparkle. Your Eslon thread, you get absolutely reams of this, don't you? Now, do you know what? Linda said to me the other day, from the very start of her soutaching, she's still not, she can't even count how many projects she's done. She's still got the Eslon thread. It goes on and on and on and on and on and on.
I think I've done about, in fact, I may well have done most of my demos for the Bead Loom DVD with this roll, actually.
And it goes on. It doesn't even look like you've touched the sides.
It doesn't. I mean, as you unroll it, you don't even see it getting any smaller. It really,
it's so fine.
It is, and you know, it's got a smoothness to it as well. Whereas a household cotton wouldn't have this smoothness, so it really does fit through the beads beautifully.
It glides
it
through.
Does.
A quarter of the stock's gone already, and I haven't even given you your price tag. It glides through your beads. It's got that lovely coating on Eslon thread. How much have I got here? How many meters do you reckon is in there?
Crikey.
Absolutely.
I've no idea. I would reckon it's hundreds of meters.
Hundreds and hundreds of meters.
Yeah, I haven't got to the end of one yet.
You haven't even, literally, Sarah, you've not even touched it.
No.
Your black and your white essentials. You get the gemstones as well. Rosina Stella, Amanda Vivian, Sheila Elizabeth, Nahid, Christina Rebecca. You've got to check out baskets. Anne in Cornwall, check out your baskets or you're going to miss out. Everybody else on the phone line's going crazy and multi-buying. Sue, you've got 2. Ulia, hello Ulia. I've got absolutely loads of jewellery makers, as I can see up on my screen. Multi-buying right now. You've got the white, you've got the black, and you've got 2 wonderful strands. I have got Jewellery Maker in Merseyside's got 2. Norma, Anna, hello to you. Hazel, Irene. I've got Sheila and Susan and Vivian and Amanda. Glenda, Vicky, gosh, so many of you. Sue in Devon's got 2. Sue in Greater Manchester's got 2 as well. Anna's got 2 by the looks. Pauline in Essex has got 2. Pamela in Dorset, Vicky, Anne, Gillian, Irene in Tyne and Way. You've got to check out your baskets. All of this. There are so many of you there. For $7.95, the value for money is phenomenal, Sarah.
It is. I mean, you probably would pay that just for the thread alone. I mean, you know, the threads are, to me, they're indispensable in my jewellery kit now, because I need those for any of the fine work that I want to do. If I want to sew anything onto anything, whether it be an organza bag and I want to just sew a few gemstones on just as a thank you, put a little flower on the top or something like that, I'd just grab my Eslon thread.
I'm just being told that these are great for pearl knotting. Have you done that yet?
You can do that with these, but they are very fine, so you'd need to
double it over, I'm just being told.
Probably double it over, or you might need 2 knots in between.
Yeah. Perfect for that. So you've got loads of different projects. Over half the stock has been allocated. £7.95. We don't have many of these left. You are going to have to work fast. MAG C34. If you love looming, if you love soutache, if you love peyote, if you love beaded kumahimo, you can add these afterwards with the gem. You can sew in and out, in and out, in and out. Could I do micro macrame with these?
They're probably a little bit fine for micro macrame because they're more like a cotton rather than a cord. But you could, you know, use these for adding, or if you've done a micro macrame piece where you couldn't possibly get a bead onto your thread when you were micro macrame, you could sew the beads on afterwards.
So
with
you
this.
could use this afterwards for the little embellishments afterwards. Yeah. Absolutely wonderful for embroidery, as Sarah and I said. We've got less than 20 left. You're going to have to be really quick. £7.95. This one's going to sell out, I think. Now let me just give a heads up to those unchecked baskets. Elizabeth from the Scottish borders, Julie in Sussex, Nazarene in Yorkshire, Margaret, Leslie, Jackie, Eileen, Lisa, Carol, Reb in Cumbria, Donna, Kyria, Susan in Flintshire and Christine in Yorkshire. You have unchecked baskets, you could miss out. I mean, now I've only got 17 left. It looks like you could miss out very easily indeed. Carol in Essex, so you've got 2 of these. Susan in Rhondda on Taff. You've got yours, Linda in Lincolnshire, Helen in Glamorgan, Edith, you've got yours, well done, Jennifer in Tyne and Ware, Elise, you're shopping, hello to you, Janet, hello to you. I've got Jay in Kent, Peggy in Midlothian, hello to you. I've got another, has Janet got 2? Janet in Surrey's got 2, well done, she came back after and thought, oh, you know what, I can't be without this. Deirdre in County Galloway, well done. Monica and Luba in Gloucestershire, Karen in Berkshire, Glenda. Now listen, if you're on the phone, stay there. Right now, there's a competition between people in the web with unchecked baskets and you on the phone lines. Either way, this is going to sell out.
Don't miss out, because it's one of those ones that's so hard to get your hands on, even here.
Once the Eslon thread goes, I can't, you know, Linda's going bananas because she needs it for a workshop.
I know.
She's saying I'm going to have to go and buy outside a jewellery maker if it keeps going selling out, and it's much more expensive, with the words of Linda.
That's true though, it is, you know, so, you know, and to have both colours as well, brilliant, because it just depends what projects you do. You might want the darker.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what I've done is, on my loom now, I have a crisscross and the beads.
Now, just before you go any further, Sarah, I've just got to let everyone know, it does look like we're about to sell out of that Eslon. We took it off screen because there were more unchecked baskets than we had available, and there were people on the phone lines. If you're on the phone lines, you need to stay where you are. You could be quicker than somebody unchecking their basket. Now the bead loom is still available. We have very small amounts of that. It's $29.95. We only have single figures of that left now, but there are chances for you to come and grab it. Do check your basket out for that one as well. Sorry, Sarah.
That's all right.
And
so,
away we go.
So we've got our labradorite and amethyst, crisscross and labradorite and amethyst. And if you were doing this at home for a bracelet, you need another crisscross and another set of labradorite and amethyst, and that would make enough length for your bracelet. For speed, I didn't do that at home.
How many looms have you got, woman?
I think I've got about 4.
Have you really? For all different projects on the go?
When I do things like this, I need to have them step by step for people to be able to see, and it's just one of those things that you haven't always got time to do it all the way through.
My director just went, she's looming mad.
I'm very looming mad.
She's looming mad, that woman.
Don't look in the boot of my car, there's looms all over the place.
What? No, is there really?
Yeah. I'm mad like that. Right, so I've got my thread coming out where I've finished off my piece.
I can't get one, and there she is.
I'll have to
loom.
I'll have to loan you one for a while.
Thank you.
And I've added on 3 beads onto my beading thread, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take them, they're coming out of this top labradorite at the moment, I'm going to take it down to the next row and just take it through all the beads like that. And this is going to start adding my fringe. Okay, so you can see I've got that little fringe just added up. Can you see there? If I hold that up, can you see these little fringes?
The little wigglers.
Yeah, and you would literally do all the way down doing one colour.
Yeah.
And then all the way back doing another colour.
Are you missing out each time? Just to miss a few?
I've missed the middle section out. I haven't done them all on both sides because it seemed a bit too heavy.
Okay.
But on the far end sections, I've done that all the way down. So I did all the banded agate one way and then all the light blue agates the other way.
Okay.
And that's how you add those in. Conscious of time, and I know people probably want to see,
We're okay. Yeah,
see
we've
the
got
earrings.
10 minutes. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
To finish this off, and I'll let you know how to finish this piece off. Once I've finished off, what you need to do with your beading thread to finish it off is you need to, so if you've gone over, come under, come through to the middle. So my needle is now coming out of 2 beads. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it underneath the warp thread like that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do, I don't know what this knot's called, it's like a surgeon's knot, but you do it round the needle. So you hold your needle and you take your thread over and over.
Oh.
Okay, so you create like a loop and then you pull that, and pull and pull and pull, and you think, oh crikey, that's going to make a right old mess.
This would be good for buttons.
Yeah.
I must remember this.
And then you just pull it and then you take your thread back through your gemstone. And if you do that a couple of times running down, you will be able to then chop off that thread, and that's what you would do to add a thread as well. You do exactly the same thing, that same knot.
Oh, so that's how I add if I don't want loads on.
Yeah, so that's that.
Sarah, well, this is where this loom's good because you only have the 2 threads at the end. That loom that we had originally, you ended up with loads, and it's great the other loom, but this one for me is
loom, I've purposely done it like this because I'm actually going to cut these and use them to create the ends of mine. So I have purposely created it into an old-fashioned type of loom because I'm going to use those threads. But if you were doing it, you didn't want to use them, then you wouldn't have them to worry about. So I'm literally going to cut those, add a few beads on, crimp them and add my clasp on, and then that would literally be the finish of that piece. So I'm going to whip that one out of shot, sorry. And I just want to show you how to make these earrings. Very, very, very
Are these easy?
Easy.
Are you sure?
Easy peasy.
All right. Now you've used wire instead of Eslon thread this time.
Yeah.
What gauge wire did you use, Sarah?
This is a 0.25 wire.
Oh, good.
Nice, fine
I love
wire.
the look of that. Look at that labradorite. It's super sparkly. Isn't it gorgeous?
So all I've done, set my loom up in exactly the same way, 4 warp threads, and instead of tying my thread off at the bottom, what I did when I first started is I took my wire through 3 of the labradorite and took it underneath the loom. And then I folded the end coming out of this side back through over the top, and the end coming out of the other side back through and over the top through the beads, and that anchored my first row. Did the same, going backwards and forwards as if I was using the wire as a needle, but I was using a thread from one side and a thread from the other. So the one that came from the left went under, and the one that came from the right went over. And then any thread, any wire I had left over, I created this like sponge sugar effect on the top.
Which I really like, and it's very Eastery. I'm thinking this would look nice on the top of a trinket box.
It would. I mean, it's just beautiful. And then you just literally create a little spiral, and you just, I'll show you very quickly. All you do is you literally wrap it round your finger like that, create little loops or spirals, and then you just sort of sew them on. So you take your wire underneath through the little spirals you've just created, and you just sort of sew them into place like that, and then they hold.
Fab.
So the wire's doing all that hard work for you, and then I'll show you how I did everything else. And this is the bit where you probably think, oh, it's all going to, this is where everybody thinks this will all fall to pieces. And it won't, I promise you. I'm going to literally just cut all my threads on one end.
Is it almost easier using the bead loom if you start off with wire? Or not? Does it not make a difference?
I don't think it makes a difference. I think you're probably better off if you can actually learn to do it with
the thread.
With the thread, because you'll go 9 out of 10 times that's probably what you would use. So I've got rid of my loom now. And what I did on this was I just took a look at it and I thought, right, get rid of that wire. How do I want it to form? So once I got that, I just decided that I wanted these two to be the top. And then all I did, nice and easy for you to remember, is on each of the, it's almost like a little spider, bless it, or an
on each of the legs.
On each of the legs, on the 3 legs at the side, I put on the bottom row, I put 9. Then on the middle row, 15, and on the top row, 19 of the little copper spacer beads. And then on the top, it was 9 of the copper spacer beads on each strand. And then all I did was take each of these. I won't show you how I won't show you hours of threading of copper beads, because I'm sure you know how to thread a copper bead on.
I love those seedy beads in copper.
Aren't they amazing?
Did they come in the kit?
No, they didn't.
Stole
I
those,
borrowed those out of my stash because I
them.
just thought they worked beautifully for what I wanted to do.
Now we may have these on online.
And you get 980 approximately in a bag.
Yeah, in a bag. They're
wonderful.
wonderful.
I haven't got to the bottom of a bag yet either.
Yeah, they are. And they go much further than you realise.
They do. And all I did was, once the beads were on, and a top tip for if you're struggling to keep your beads on is just to literally fold it back in on itself, the wire, while you're waiting to thread all the other ones on. And all I did was take all 6 strands through a little copper spacer bead. Again, these are probably on the website. Or if you've got any of the old findings packs that have them. And then, she says,
twizzle.
Put them all through.
They do go through easily, don't they?
They do. It's just I've got all different.
It's hard.
I've got all different
Every time I try and put them through when I'm on air, it never works.
See, at home,
this is so easy.
I would cut them all to the same length, so it's my own fault. I've made a rod for my own back.
Don't worry.
And then all I did was create a little loop on the bottom. Really, really simple. Little raptor loop over with my wires.
Oh,
like
make it into part of your finding.
Yeah, make it. And so they would have all the beads on, little wrapped loop, and then I just added a labradorite on the bottom.
So pretty. Let's have a look at the finished earrings. Aren't they gorgeous? Keep your text messages coming to us, 60777 JM Studio. Start them with JM Studio, followed by your message. If you've got any questions for Sarah on the bead loom or anything like that, we'd love to hear from you. BIBD37 is your item code for the bead loom. Here's the number for your text. Have we got any text messages now, Kirstarino? She's a bit ill.
I know, bless her. I can hear her coughing away in there.
I know, me too, right in my ear.
Oh dear.
Oh, you need a little blanket and some soup. I might bring us. Shall I bring you some homemade soup in tomorrow? That's what I'm going to do. £29.95 is your price tag for your bead loom. Now, the bead loom is very, very, very fast about to sell out. Now, your Eslon thread has gone and sold out. So please make sure that you are quick with that. Now I'm just going to bring you the box, the Kumihimo box. That's it, my darling, that I gave to you earlier. Now,
goodies out the way.
If you've only just tuned in, or you're back from the school run and you missed it, your matrix box, our brand new matrix box. You get all the gemstones. It's not just for Kumihimo, so please don't think, oh well, I don't do Kumihimo. This is wonderful for the bead loom, Sarah. It's all uniform. It's going to be so easy.
Those beads have beautiful drill holes through them, so you can do, you know, a mini version of those earrings if you wanted to with any colour of those. You can do your rainbow effects or your having pattern whichever way you want it to be, whatever patterns you want to, or if again you wanted to, you know, if you've got this kit and you think actually, you know what, I want to make it in a different colourway or whatever, you can use these beads and it will work absolutely beautifully. They will go on your bead loom, they will probably go on your 0.5 hemp. I didn't try, but the holes are quite substantial in them, so you may
my gosh, easily. Look at, they're really big.
Yeah. They certainly go through, 0.4 wire will go through them, your monofilament definitely goes through them.
Your 0.6 will go through them easily, I reckon.
Yeah, you know, your beading thread definitely goes through them twice,
Yeah.
probably 3, actually, I think you probably get 3 times through with your beading thread, and I used a 0.45 beading thread, so.
Okay, so at $29.95, it's still available to you. We will be back very soon after this.
Come and join guest designer Sara Elvin on our Kumihimo Projects Workshop. Explore the different materials used in both braiding and kumihimo, as well as learning a variety of patterns, ending techniques, and many more hints and tips to get you started. The full course includes a selection of satin cord and organza ribbon, a selection of gemstones and findings, gold-coloured copper wire, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and the museum, and a chance to visit our shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
You can now keep in touch by following JewelleryMaker on Twitter. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
Here at JewelleryMaker, we have many stages of quality control, from lab tests all the way through to our own in-house gemologists. We're confident with our quality, but we want to give you that peace of mind by offering you a 30-day money-back guarantee.
JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Join JewelleryMaker this Mother's Day for some great offers, exciting new strands, and a game of Guess Who. Mother's Day on JewelleryMaker.
And we will be with you on Mother's Day. Might bring my kids on Mother's Day, should I? Make them present for me, maybe. Maybe they should be giving me a massage whilst I'm... As if! Max tried to give me a foot massage last week and it was too tickly and I nearly kicked him in the face. Oh, no. So he's never going to do that again. Now I've got some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful gems of distinction to bring you. But first of all, I've just got to say a massive thank you to Sissy, who was in Texas but now is in Oklahoma. Sissy, thank you so much. She bought me the bead loom.
Oh my goodness.
Yes! I'm not allowed to buy it, as you know, because when things sell out really quickly, we have to wait 2 days. Thank you so much. I love you. Mwah! I'm going to make you a bead loom bracelet and send it to you. So give me, and that which means I need your address. You don't need to be worried. Yes, there is a big chance I'm going to turn up on your door and say, "House me. I'm living with you forever." Contact them. I don't know if you're on Facebook, Sissy, but if you can let us know if you are, then I can send you a thank you there and a picture when we get it would be lovely. Thank you so much. That was so kind, and you didn't need to do that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jewellery makers are so lovely, aren't they?
They are. They're always trying to help each other. And
crafters in general, actually.
Yeah, it's a wonderful sort of community feel when you go to any crafting event. You know, and it's just one of those things that other people want to help other people, to learn, to share, you know, to create those new things, and nothing's too much trouble. It always is that way in the crafting world. It always seems like, yeah, I mean, I've driven miles before now to drop something off for somebody, you know, and it doesn't bother me because they needed that, whatever it was, to get something finished.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
I'll ring you next time I need chocolate cake then.
Yeah, do, yes. I can come see the ducks.
Sarah. Although Sarah did once ring me when I was in bed and I was like, it's me, Sarah's like 10 o'clock. I was like, hello, do you know I'm in bed?
Yes, but I just needed to check you were all right.
Didn't I? Like, what's going on? You're like, sorry, I've had wine or something. I was like, what's going on? I'm dreaming.
I couldn't go to sleep until I checked you were okay.
Bless you. What was wrong with me that day?
You were very poorly,
Yes, that was right. And then you, and I didn't know what was going on. Let me show you. I've just snatched out a box for Kirsty's eyes. You don't. Do you know what? We were just arguing about what this is. And I said, it's Rainbow Moonstone. I can see blues in there, but it was reflecting. Do you know what? Off the next box. It's just beautiful. Look at this. Isn't it gorgeous? Sarah, this is topaz.
Really?
Isn't that beautiful?
Wow. You don't see topaz sort of, you know, that colour, that, it's just gorgeous. Love it. It's really beautiful.
Wow. The facets are divine. And you know what? Lucy and I were saying this the other day, just don't get a lot of topaz here.
Don't get a lot at all, and it's one of those ones that's nice to have in your collection because, you know, with it being a birthstone and
November.
You know, so, you know, it's one of those ones that's really nice for you to have, to be able to give to people, and you know, people don't always want a blue topaz necessarily, so to have this nut cut tone is beautiful.
Gorgeous. And you know what, the crystal cut really does it for me, because you've got all that bling, all those facets giving you that extra sparkle. I think this is such a fantastic strand. Look at the quality, really glowing. I would have bet money on that being Moonstone earlier because I literally was seeing the blues from a different strand that was next to it. The clarity is superb. That's the great thing about white topaz, is very refractive, isn't it? So it really takes on colour beautifully. And the sparkle is insanely gorgeous. These for me are little bridal earrings, and I would put some pearls at the top, one white pearl, one of these dropping on something that will give it a little bit of movement. So a tiny open jump ring, really little bit of movement from the bottom gemstone, which would be a topaz, and the solidarity of the pearl at the top. Very regal, very princess style, Princess Monaco sort of style. Really like this a lot. It has that sort of grace about it. A strand like this has got a sort of air of importance, Sarah.
It does, and you know, you're going to feel so elegant wearing it. And even if you just take one and do a little wire wrapped bail on the top of it, on a piece of chain, and you have that, and it's your everyday piece that you wear every day, and you're going to feel special when you look in the mirror and you see that around your neckline, and that's just going to use one of those. Can you imagine if you wanted to go to town and maybe have 3 or 4, you know, and just really have those dropping beautifully and elegantly on some sterling silver chain. I just think is going to look amazing around the neckline. It's going to be a piece that you can wear for your evening do's. You may want to add just maybe one of those. If you've got a fascinator or a tiara, maybe just have one coming out like on a spray, almost like as a bud of a flower, with some other, you know, gemstones around it. I think that would look beautiful. But also to use these as a centre of a wirework flower, just as that real central focal point of the wirework flower. Or if you wanted to turn it up so that that point was downwards and you were to make it into a ring, it would sit really proud on your finger, but it would look amazing.
And the great thing, Sarah, about genuine gemstones, you're just talking about using it as your everyday piece. You can clean real gemstones. They will always gain their sparkle back. You can't do that with glass, it scratches. You can't do that with plastic, it scratches. Genuine gemstones that have been cut with such precision, you can clean them with a little bit of jewellery cleaner, and they zing and they bling and they look wonderful and fresh. Every day they could look bright and sparkly and new. CWR U50, 65 carats. These are 8x4 to 13 by 7, and they're only $11.95. They are gems of distinction. Everything I'm going to bring you now is of that wonderful quality, that really outstanding, superior quality. I'm going to give to you now. Now this one, Kirsty came out during the break and was like this. Just in, I was like, what are you doing? She was in a trance. She was in a labradorite state of mind. Have a look. And you'll see why. It always gets me, she says. Look at that. She's been labratized. I love that. That was Tom. We won't take the credit for that, girls. It was Tom, our director. Labracadabra. She's been labratized. Look at that. Look at the gold. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's like the sun beaming down, and labradorite is just wonderful. This is a very, very new strand to us here at JewelleryMaker. It's not been in the building long. I think this one's going to sell out. Look at the quality. Now, these are coins that are faceted. Now, these are going to be excellent on the bead loom. Absolutely excellent, because you really want to show that table. They're also going to be wonderful if you're making drop earrings and you want all that movement. Let labradorite move, allow the light to travel in. Labradorite is made up of layers. The more layers that are in labradorite, the more colour. Of course, each layer takes time, so Mother Nature really takes years and years, hundreds and hundreds of years, creating all these layers. So just look at the strand I've got here. You've got hundreds of years of development. Genuine gemstones is what it's all about here at JewelleryMaker. These are real, not man-made. These are genuine labradorite. Look at the colour. Outstandingly, they're mesmerising, aren't they? Just as the light comes in, they throw that lightning bolt back at you of blue and gold and green. That backdrop of deep, deep silver, just outstanding. OPI, M18, 50 carats. Now, I don't know how much this is going to be. It's a Gems of Distinction. I'd say $14.95 at the tiniest. Oh no! It is to stop me swearing, yes, Tom. Oh, just because you're leaving doesn't mean I can't get fired. I've got children, I've got mouths to feed. $5.95 is ridiculous. The Late Show are going to go bananas. Absolutely bananas. $5.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand. That should not be happening. Vicky and Devon's bought 3 because she's clever. Anne-Marie, well done. Michaela, well done. Catherine, well done. Kathleen, well done. Danny's going, but Danny's down. Sorry, Danny. And Ali, they're coming full force. She's pulling up her trousers and everything. It's a Late Show price, I know, I'm sorry. I don't know why she's pulling up her trousers. Janet's bought 4. Because she's serious. She's, right, that's it. She's ready for fighting. She's pulling. She didn't have her trousers down, no, they were there, but she was just getting herself comfortable, ready to tell me off. £5.95. Lady Defoy will be with you later on. Well done to everybody. You must check out baskets. Suzanne, Valerie, Marilyn. Check out your baskets. Kathleen and Catherine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 brand new jewellery makers, to which we all in the studio say welcome. Welcome, brand new jewellery makers. Florence in Hampshire has bought 2. Suzanne in Somerset. Valerie, you've got yours. Mary, you've got yours. Caerphilly, a jewellery maker in Caerphilly, a jewellery maker in Yorkshire, a jewellery maker in Surrey. I have got, oh, has Michaela bought 2 of these? Yes, I think so. Stephen in Yorkshire. Do you know what? The value we're seeing here for an outstanding strand is crazy. It is Kirsty's last weekend. She's got nothing to lose. I have. So have you.
I know. That's it. I'll be out on my ear.
On Sunday is her actual last day. I don't think I can stomach it if she's going to do things like this. Unbelievable. She's got a producer's pick hour on her last day. Uh-oh. That's fighting talk. Defoy's left the building. She's going to slam the door. I know it. Rosie and Devon, 2 for you. Pauline in Essex, 2 for you. Congratulations, Lillian. That was Lady Defoy. Emma, Joan, Catherine, Trudy in Dublin, you're there. Hello. Janet in Sussex. Karen in West Sussex, Terry in Worcestershire, you're all there on the phone lines. You've got to check the baskets out quickly. I don't want anybody missing out on this. Anna Marie, you've got yours. Congratulations. I think Michaela's put another one in her basket. Sally in Lincolnshire, Diana in West Midlands, Emma in the East Ridings of Yorkshire. Oh, it sounds terribly posh. Brian in South Yorkshire, hello to you. It's great to see Yvonne on form today. Hello. Joan in Cumbria, it's wonderful to see you again as well. Fantastic to see everybody's names popping up on my screen. Joan and Anthony, you've got yours as well. Stay where you are, there's still a few of these left. At $5.95, not for long. Goodness gracious me on a stick. Now, I'm going to give you some rainbow moonstone now, one of my favourites. June's birthstone. It's my son's birthstone, and we're already talking about birthday parties in our house because obviously that's all that children care about at the moment at his age. He's going to be 9. It's a big occasion apparently.
Still wants a birthday party.
It's his last single figure, of course. Of course, he does, yes. Last time we had the biggest inflatable slide I've ever seen in my entire life, even bigger than the one at the fair.
Wow.
I know, it was crazy. And do you know what I did? I went to the top of it with 2 cans of polish. Do not do this at home, ever. And I sprayed it with polish behind me. And then I went down and I was like,
we do that. We do that with the slide at home on the climbing frame.
We're so naughty, Sarah.
It's good fun though, and in summer you've got to have the hose pipe going down it.
Yes.
Into the paddling pool at the bottom.
If we get a summer, otherwise we're going to Sissy's house, aren't we?
Yeah,
have
definitely.
a look. Is it hot in Oklahoma?
It will be in summer.
It will be, won't it? Have a look at this. No, the Windy City's Chicago. No, it's Chicago. Have a look at this. Oh, Sissy will let us know, or Bertha. Have a look at this gorgeous, gorgeous strand. This is definitely the one we want in our tiaras and fascinators. There's a debate going on about, isn't Oklahoma near Kansas City, and there's always tornadoes in Kansas City. It was one film.
That's it.
Have a look at this. Now, it's all about the movement on these, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Look at that movement. Just look at it. Now, I've got a pair of earrings in my handbag made up of this gemstone. Have a look. Have a look at that. I've got a pair of earrings that were made by Mark. They're looking in my handbag, we can't find them. But so much movement in a really big tasseled pair of earrings. Yeah. That's what you want, isn't it? Have you ever seen Jean Schlumberger's jellyfish pendant with this gemstone in it?
I haven't. I'll have to look that one up.
This and opal. I would have to remortgage my house to buy that.
Wow.
I think it's a brooch. That's how expensive. Like, you can buy a house for the money it is.
Yeah.
It's that expensive. And I just think, who can afford it? So it would be lovely. I'd love to be that kind of princess, but I'm not. Look at the colours. They just look expensive. And this gemstone, believe you me, can command huge price tag. I'm not Jean Schlumberger, I'm not Elsa Peretti, I am not Paloma Picasso, Lord knows it. But you know what? We are paying for the designers, they're wonderful. You know what? These are gemstones that are used by some of those, well, all of those designers. They're just gorgeous. Look at that colour. Isn't it beautiful? Just beautiful. DFJ N38, 40 carats, 6x3 to 14x7. 18 centimetre strand. Are you ready? We're going to give you a fantastic price tag for this wonderful strand of distinction. It is a Gems of Distinction strand. It is absolutely mind-blowingly gorgeous. And it's all yours for the teeny tiny price tag. Just £19.95. Check out baskets. Make sure you're checking out baskets. I don't want anybody missing out on this one. Under £20 for this gorgeous strand is a phenomenal price tag. Now I'm going to give to you Priyanite. Have a look at this. Green amethyst, isn't it? Beautiful. Look at that. I love these. Aren't these good? I love green. I'm just drawn to it.
I know. This green is just so subtle, isn't it? And it's so elegant, and it's really feminine and fresh and cool. And it's just, I love using this with all my pastel-y floral tones, but also if you put it with something that's a little bit brighter, a little bit more sort of primary almost in its tone, it really adds a sort of a cooling, calming element to that brighter colour. So it's a really nice one to add if you've got something that you just want to maybe tone it down just a tiny weeny bit.
I think it adds that dewy freshness, and it's got so much class behind it. These are going to look divine. Do you know what my favourite combination would be with this?
Oh.
Now you're talking. That is just heavenly. I'm going to give you these pearls next because I can't not. Even if Kirsty says I can't, I'm going to do them. She says I can. Now these beautiful droplets of luscious green with the clarity of a gorgeously expensive piece of jewellery I mean, that's what they have. The clarity of something uber expensive that you bought from a really top high-end jeweller's. This strand just glows. They're graduated beautifully. Look at that. Think about these upside down in that tiara. Think about these around your neckline. Think about these dropping from earrings. They're beautiful. I'm so glad we've still got them in stock. HORU50, 90 carats of my favourite colour in the world. This is the best shade of it, in my opinion. 9x5 to 14x8 on a 21cm strand. All yours. At the wonderful price tag of just $4.95. Think about the intricacy of the lapidary. That cut is exceptional. Look at that colour. Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it gorgeous? I love them. I put them with pinks, beautiful morganite pinks. I definitely put them with the pearls. Get yourself dialing 0800 644 or 655. You can shop online with us today. Do you know what? That classic Audrey Hepburn look is what you can only achieve, I think, from pearls like this. Now, I've told you so many times, the price tag of pearls is insane. And, you know, I remember the first time it sank in about the world's perception of pearls was when I was in Chicago. And I used to go there to work. I was the Windy City. I was as poor can be at the time, and I was kept having to go out there to work and work and work. And I had my I had Mia, and I was out working. And I remember in my lunch hour, I just thought, I want to go and tease myself and just walk down to the water tower, which is a big sort of mall place. And I walked down there, and I remember absolutely having no money and thinking, don't walk too far because you've got no money to get a taxi back and you're lost. So I thought, right, okay, I'm just going to... So I walked down and I saw all these elegant ladies, and I saw them all they looked like they'd just come from the hairdressers. They were in the most amazing outfits. They had the handbags, they had the little dogs, and they were doing that walk, you know. And I just thought, oh, I wish I was like them. And there was a really famous jewellers, and they were doing this big... I was dressed up for work, so I wasn't too shabby. Okay, so I went past and I saw this big launch on pearls. South Sea pearls they were. And I went in there, they were thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And I remember looking, and it made my favourite combination then suddenly was pearl and diamonds, because there were these diamond earrings, and they had diamonds here and then one big pearl at the end. They were thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And these women were just buying them like that, and I just thought, yeah. And I've always thought, oh my gosh. Then, you know, I remember thinking then, I wish I was like them. And I just teetered away and thought, I couldn't have got anything in that jeweller's, you know, still probably can't. Now, I walked back and it actually gave me a little bit of inspiration. I thought, I'm going to be like that one day. And then when I came back, in fact, last year, I've told you this story, I was in Cambridge and I saw a strand of pearls for £2,000. Simple necklace. Now these weren't South Sea pearls, but they did have a small 18 karat gold clasp on them. They were going to be packaged with a designer's name on them. That was it. Did they warrant that price tag? And I thought about this, so I thought that's blinking expensive, and I left because we were only there because my partner was looking at watches. Now I left, and I thought, actually, Jenny, remember that day in Clearwater. And actually think about the fact that the world does see pearls as a very expensive gemstone, a very exclusive gemstone. The Queen wears pearls, Princess Diana wore pearls, Kate Middleton wears pearls, Audrey Hepburn, that classic Audrey Hepburn in that film Breakfast at Tiffany's, she's draped in pearls. Pearls have this elegance, have this grace. Pearls have their own status. Pearls, to me, say beautiful, successful, powerful. They say everything you want a gemstone to say. I think diamonds have this unrequited beauty. They just have something about them that you want that's sparkly and pretty, and you're drawn to them. But pearls have elegance and grace, sophistication. Pearls can never be tacky. Pearls can never look anything other than what they are. Beautifully expensive looking. Absolutely natural. Look how white these pearls are. I've spoken to you about pearls in the world, but actually let's concentrate on this exact strand. Can you see how round these are? Now when we say potato pearls, that generally means pearls, all different shapes, all different sizes, as a bag of potatoes would be. To me, there is zero way I'm ever going to describe these as potato pearls. Can you notice the mistake on my screen? White, cultured, potato pearls. To me, these are not potato pearls. They're between 11 and 10 mil. And to me, Sarah, do you now speak completely off your own opinion here? Don't let me put words in your mouth. But to you, do these all look really close in shape and size to the other?
They do, and I'm looking at the huge screen on the back there. I mean, if you can't get any more blown up than that, and if you can't see it on there, I mean, from here, they look immaculate, immense, beautifully proportioned to each other. The luster and the
that pearlescence.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's just amazing. And I think if you were to just do what you've done on your wrist, maybe with a little bit of ribbon just to tie it around the back, what an elegant piece of jewellery. And how much would you pay for that? I mean,
do you know what hundreds, Sarah, the size that they are?
Yeah.
And you know something? I think you could justify it. You knock pearls for a living.
Yeah, and you know, I'm amazed, as you were, the price of pearls. There's a shop near me that specialises in a lot of pearls in his window. He's a very niche jeweller's. He's in a rather affluent town, and I could buy a luxury car cheaper than some of the strands of pearls he has in his window.
Yes, you can. You're right.
And that, you know, I looked at them, and I look at them, and I know that they're probably hand dyed for, and they're probably sea pearls, and they're not farmed, and all the rest of it, and that does change the price. But when you look at them from a person like myself, and I'm looking at them for their beauty and their elegance, I see very little difference between those and these.
I went to St Albans yesterday, and in the middle of St Albans there's a it was called a luxury pawnbrokers, and I thought, what is a luxury pawnbrokers? I went in there, and it's where you take very expensive looking pieces of jewellery, pair of earrings, tiny pearls, peach pearls. In the window, you can go there if you don't believe me. £160 in silver, one tiny pearl. They were, you know, vintage earrings. They were lovely. Do I want to pay that? No. Two tiny peach pearls. They were gorgeous. But even you know that one in the high street that's an H, that are generally the cheaper jeweller.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are generally the value jeweller.
Yeah.
7x5, 16-inch, sterling silver clasp, bracelet or necklace? Necklace, in that cheaper one, in silver, £99.
Oh yeah.
Smaller than this, 7x5.
Yeah. I mean, I go to this town where this specialist jeweller is, because it was quite close to my house. Richmond.
Yeah. Oh, darling.
Oh, darling, yes.
Darling,
You've got to have a bit of money.
Darling.
I only go there to look in the windows.
Okay.
And get a coffee from one of those high street coffee shops.
Yes, that costs you
I know. But on a Sunday, it was Remembrance Sunday, they got all this little road shut down, all the shops were shut, but they'd left a few little pieces in the window just for a bit of interest. Everything else had gone in the vault. So they'd left a few of the lower end pieces. Okay, and there was a 3 mil set of pearl earrings.
Yeah.
And I mean,
3 mil, that's
3 mil, 3 mil.
Little seedy pearl.
Little seedy pearl.
Tiny seedy pearl.
On a sterling silver butterfly back.
Yeah. Wait, would you even see that in your ear?
No,
3 mil
I mean
pearl?
they're tiny, absolutely tiny. They have different sizes, but I looked at the top ones because they were the smallest, and looked at the price.
And you thought I might be able to afford them.
You would have got a couple of pounds change out of £100.
Oh, that hurts. That does hurt. Now I'm going to give you the price tag. We've spoken about the world's price of pearls. You could make a pearl earring, pair of pearl earrings, one pearl each, sell them £50. You could, depending on, I mean, if you live in London particularly, yes. I mean, I come from Cheltenham, very expensive there. I live in Hertfordshire now, a lot of very expensive, I mean, St Albans, very expensive there. KYP 056, I'm going to give you the entire Gems of Distinction, the whitest pearls. They're only £24.95, not per pearl, for the whole entire strand. Let's work out how many pairs of earrings you can make. Tom's just said, I think I'm going to start my own jewellery making business specialising in pearls. Good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3. 43 pearls. 21 pairs of earrings. This has got to be nothing but a profit maker, Sarah. 21 pairs of earrings. These are the most beautifully white pearls we've got.
I know. Aren't they just? And you know, even if you were to make, you know, one bracelet, can you imagine? You've got little bridesmaids, and you've got your maid of honour. You get 2 little bracelets for your bridesmaid and a bracelet for your maid of honour out of that one strand of pearls, and that's your gifts to them as their presents for being at your wedding. You know, and it's cost you as a bride. Hasn't cost you anything other than a little bit of time to make it and the price of the strand.
KYP 056 is your right to go. Let me see who's got these. 0800 644 655. The most beautiful strand of pearls we've got. Trudy in Dublin, well done. Tanya in Nottinghamshire, well done. I've got a jewellery maker in West Yorkshire. I've got Janet in Surrey, a jewellery maker in Yorkshire. I've got Diana in South Yorkshire, Rosamond in Midlothian, Emma in the East Ridings of Yorkshire. You from South Yorkshire, are you, Kaz? You did a little whoop whoop.
From West Yorkshire.
Oh, she went like this, West Yorkshire. Are you from the west side, though? 24.95. Didn't even know it was that big that it would have all that. Now she's like, why did I say that?
Oh dear.
You're from Yorkshire as well, aren't you,
West
Sarah?
Yorkshire.
Oh, West Side girls.
Yeah,
here.
West Side girls.
Is that where it's very posh?
It can
Yeah,
be.
it is.
It can be.
Yeah,
Depends
it
where
is.
you are.
Not when you say West Side, like they're trying to be ghetto. We all know. It's like my friend Dion on the other shift side tries to be all yeah, I'm down with it. Privately educated, isn't she, Cass? Oh, don't hang around with her, Cass. I've told you about that. She'll lead you astray. Cass is going on a cruise with her. I've told her it's a bad idea. I'm scared for you, Cass. I know. I tell you what, we must pay our crew too much. They're always going on flipping holiday. As for Kerry. I reckon she's a secret millionaire.
She's in another times there.
She's a secret. She's only in because she's forgotten what this place looks like. She's here, there, and everywhere. Paris one day, New York the next, Centre Parks, Paris again.
Crikey.
I know. Mind you, you can't talk.
I know. I've only got a little trip to Paris to look forward to.
Oh, hang on a minute. And the Dominican Republic. Let's reel this back a little bit here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember your day's dilemma? I don't know which tropical island to visit. I was like, oh no, Barbie. What are we gonna do?
I know. It's such a terrible thing. You know, someone tells you you've got to make a decision. I mean, it's a hard one.
I love you for it. I'm totally jealous. Utterly, utterly jealous. Jealous is a horrible thing.
I've just got to thank my dad so much for that, though, because we wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for my dad.
Yeah, indeed.
You know, so
he's going to want Sunday dinners for the rest of his life.
He can have a Sunday dinner every weekend for as long as he lives. I really just am so pleased that the children can go. It's for them more than us. But
bless you. It's a once in a lifetime, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Now let's get back to work, shall we, Sarah Elvin, after that?
Well, yeah, someone's got to do it.
Indeed, you've got to pay for those trips.
Yep.
Have a look at what I've got for you now. Beautiful beryl. Now, aquamarine, a gemstone, for me, is aquamarine belongs on a pedestal because it's not only a birth gemstone, it's a gemstone that is said to bind a marriage and reignite the flames of love. It was the original gemstone that was put into, you need some of that, do you, Kirsty? You don't. It's the original gemstone put into an engagement ring. Before that big Boodles campaign with the diamond, actually it was all about aquamarine because of its association with everlasting love. And I think actually sometimes our commercial brain takes over our romantic brain, doesn't it? Let's bring it back to romance, girls, and try not to be so materialistic. Or for a moment, at least. Now, Kirsty's saying, what's romance? You know what romance is, Kirsty. Kirsty, you're not without romance. Your man goes to work for you every day. That's romantic. Have a look. It is, isn't it? Have a look at what I've got for you. Beautiful, isn't it? Big, chunky. For me, Sarah, it's a ring strand, but how do you feel about that?
It definitely is, but I would be looking at pendants as well, and wiring these into cuffs and having them dangling down on a long, just maybe putting a little tiny piece of chain in between each one so they've got loads of movement, and having them as the bottom of a neckline piece. But you've got so much. I mean, what about cufflinks as well? I mean, these look beautiful for a gentleman as cufflinks.
Or women.
Oh,
I
yes.
think we should wear more shirts.
I've got a lovely pair of smoky quartz cufflinks.
Have you?
Yes.
I'm going to wear more shirts.
I know.
I am. I think it's nice to see a lady in a shirt and a nice pair of jeans.
Yeah.
We should maybe start thinking about cufflinks, girls.
I think you know, it's that time of year's coming as well for that sort of change in wardrobe as well, where you know, more white's coming out because the summer's coming, and those sort of crisp white shirts and things would look beautiful, and you can then dress it up with any gemstone you like. And aquamarine's one of those ones, as you say. It's got so much association with, you know, love and marriage and things like that. So it's a lovely one to use, and it's a lovely one to give to somebody as well, to send it as a beautiful gift on their wedding day. Maybe make something for them for the house or something like that.
With a little sentiment that goes with it about everlasting love and marriage. There's also the gemstone of mermaids. It's a gemstone that is the gemstone equivalent of St. Christopher's for travelling. Men that would go to sea would take pocketfuls of aquamarine, offer them to the gods in a store. You've also got morganite on this strand. It's beautiful, isn't it? Your multicoloured beryl, heliodor as well. 0800 644 655, a Gems of Distinction strand. Only a few of these remain now. I think you'll be shocked at the price tag of just £9.95. 1 P&P throughout the day. You've got the bead loom and you're adding on, thinking, oh crikey, there's going to be loads in P&P. It won't be any extra at all, because we love you. FERU 48, 150 carats in total on a 16 centimetre strand, £9 and 95 pence. 0800 644 655. We got some messages I'm going to read out. And this is from Tanya. Hello, Tanya. Tanya says, Kirsty, if you are leaving, does that mean the prong setting workshops will be cancelled, or are you not? What's that saying? Are you not the same? She is the same, Kirsty, but they're not going to be cancelled. Don't you worry. We have made Kirsty. We're only letting her out the door if she signs a thing saying she'll come back for her workshops. Kirsty will be doing that on a freelance basis, so she will indeed be running quite a lot of workshops. So fear not. Kirsty will still be doing it. Don't cancel your workshop, she'll still be here. Now, do they know about that in your new job? Do they? Okay, yes they do, she says. Okay, good. Now, let's give to you. Doopy-doo, doopy-doo. Some tourmaline. Tourmaline is a gemstone that you must have. Now, have a look at this section here. Now, you've got probably one of the most diverse ranges of the colour spectrum in tourmaline. Tourmaline is a gemstone. If you've ever heard of Paraiba tourmaline, it's like a bluey green. It's one of the rarest gemstones in the world, and it takes 2 weeks just to unearth, normally on average. A tiny, tiny fragment. Sometimes not even gemstone quality in terms of being able to put it into jewellery. Tourmaline gives you that variety, but also gives you depth. You know, it gives you that sort of Tiffany lamp variation of colour. Is it one of your favourites? I mean, have you used tourmaline, Sarah? It's just such an enjoyable gemstone,
Do you know, I love the fact that you get all of those colours, and I love just using them. I don't grade them out, I don't talk about colour tone or anything else. I just use them as they come off the strand.
Yeah, I do the same.
And I love the fact that you get that sort of almost a patchwork effect, sort of real sort of, but the tones, they just work so beautifully together. And I've used a strand similar to this, and I made like a wire base, and I sewed all of the tourmaline over the top of the wire base with fine wire over the top of it, and it just ended up with this beautiful sort of torque necklace with all of the tourmaline just sewn onto the wire base. And it was so beautiful, and it just looked so like it'd taken so long to do, but it actually hadn't taken that long, because I literally just threaded the whole strand onto the wire and just went round and sewed it all into the base, and it just built up into this beautiful piece of jewellery, and it was just amazing.
Just wonderful. The varying colours that you get as well, the varying tones, the varying clarities. just really work well. These are going to be good to bead loom with. They're going to be really nice on the edges for fringing, these ones.
So, you know, if you bead loom and you use chips and nuggets, you can actually make them stand up, so you end up with a smoother back, but like almost like
nice spiky,
like almost like a hedgehog top part to the loomed piece of jewellery. So you get that real textural look. And because these aren't particularly too long in size, that will work beautifully.
Yeah, because it won't be OTT.
No, it won't, but it will give you that effect. And if you were to do like a three-strand loomed bracelet with that and have that as the centre part, and then have chain around the back, so you've got a comfort part there, and you've got all the gemstones around the front, it would look amazing.
Perfect. URR U62 is your item code. All of this in colour, in size, in clarity, is only £6.95. Tourmaline, as well as one of the birth gemstones for October, as well as opal. It's a great one to have in your birth gemstone stash. £6.95, a tiny price tag to pay for maybe a gemstone strand, shape, size, colour that you've never used before. It's always a good idea to start using gemstones in shapes, you know, like in all different ways, because you get different results, and you're mixing up and you're pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, and you're going to create brand new pieces. Make sure you check it out, baskets. We are very low in stock of this one. It is a wonderful add me to your order price tag, isn't it? Now we've got to move on. We've got so much to get through and hardly any time at all. Let's give to you. Can we do the citrine, the gemstone of happiness? I always like to have this. I tell you all the time, my friend Rachel, I moved from Cheltenham to Hertfordshire. And my friend, I got this letter one day. I thought, what's in that? It's all puffy. I opened it up and it was my friend Rachel who sent me a tea bag. So I miss our cups of tea. And I thought, that's so sweet. Just the silliest little sentiment. Really meant a lot. I'll never forget it. And actually, I must send her something. You know what? I like the idea. Neither will we, says Kirsty, because you tell us all the time. All right, Jel. Now, think about giving your friend the gemstone of happiness. I'm going to be sending you tea bags soon. I'll send you tea bags. Now, have a look. Have a look. We never drink tea together, says Kirsty. And Tom went, you're missing the fact that you never drank tea together. Tell you what, you go mad working in this building, I reckon. My point to the story was, jewellery makers, that I actually think it'd be quite nice to send something like just the tiniest sentiment. It could be 3 of these on some of the cord I gave you earlier, cheap to make, really, really inexpensive to make. Send your friend something in the post, say, just send you some happiness. You know, you always get that friend that's just going through a little bit, or that relative that's just going through a few things. Send them some happiness in the post, I think. And actually, it's half of the joy is not only wearing the jewellery and remembering your friend by it. That was the best cup of tea I ever had that Rachel sent me. You know, it's the sentiment behind it, isn't it? Don't you think these are wonderful? RMY Y06, 70 carats, they're 3x1 to 5x3 on a 32 centimetre strand. Get yourself dialing for these, 0800 644 655. I need you all on the phone lines as quickly as you can, because I'm going to give you such a super price. Like, these are for earrings, these are for adding little intricate details, these are for weaving. They're going to be perfect for your bead loom, they're going to be great for your ladder stitch as well. They're only £9.95. Perfect. Under £10. What can you buy that will actually stretch across most of your friends and more for £9.95? It's perfect because it's springtime as well. If you're in the UK, depends where you're shopping from, I suppose, doesn't it? £9.95. This is a 32 centimetre strand. It's uber long. It's uber gorgeous, and you've got to have it. You just gotta. You gotta have it. £9.95. 0800 644 655. Now, I'm going to give to you Kirsty's favourite strand. Oh, is it in the box? Yes. Kirsty went, this is beautiful. In her little voice. Oh. I love her. It's beautiful. Look at this. There is no colour in a gemstone quite like this. It's not pink and it's not red. It's somewhere perfectly formed in the centre. How do you facet these, said Tom. You know what? Look how tiny and intricately faceted these are. A 2-row loom bracelet. That's exactly what I do with it. They would be very close together. How stunning is this in a bracelet? It just is, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Stunning, 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 stunning. The depth of colour. The little tiny sparkling facets. Put these with gold because it'll light them up. Set these into your silver clay. They'll look incredible as little droplets from perhaps those little tulip style, upside down tulip styles. Gorgeous, aren't they? Juicy, pretty, feminine, must have. That's what they are, absolutely must have. SQGZ73, 15 carats of red spinel, last in stock strand, 18 centimetres. It's a Gems of Distinction strand that is going to create some of the most stunningly beautiful pieces. Now, if I were you, I would get them valued. Whatever you make out of this strand, get it valued. Get your authenticity certificate and get it valued. Red spinel in your collection for earrings, for rings, for clusters, for bracelets. Mick, do you know what you've got to do with it? You know the sapphire I gave you earlier that was Ceylon-esque. Mix it with that. £24.95. You've got to have it. 0800 644 655 is the number to be calling. You've got a 30-day no questions asked money back guarantee. For £24.95 you've got yourself something phenomenally beautiful. Sarah Elvin is working at the moment. We gave her a little bit of a challenge and she's got the matrix box along with the sparkly labradorites. Did they sell out the sparkly labradorites? They did sell out. How are you doing with that, Sarah?
My necklace is just finished.
You call it your necklace, only of course we're no different.
Well, it's probably Jenny's now.
I'm joking, I'm joking. Now, I'm going to give you some beautiful garnet. Do you know, is it that garnet you've got tonight as well, Danny? Really nice garnet drops going low, low, low. So make sure you're tuned in for those. Let's have a look at these gorgeous droplets of beautiful garnet. January's birth gemstone. Aren't they the nicest garnets? Do you know what these are going to look stunning with? These are going to look absolutely perfect with the peridot that you bought earlier. Do you love the fact that these are drilled through the centre? Because a lot of our drops lately have been top drilled. So if you wanted to create that head pin look with a nice ball head pin at the bottom, nice gold ball head pin, you know the skinny ones that we've got, that would really do it for me. Earrings straight away. Clustered earrings, beautiful. Waterfall cascaded earrings, really hit the spot. And I would put this with the peridot. Of course I would. Beautiful. What about you, Sarah? What would you do with these?
Ooh, I can see these as waterfall earrings. I can see them as really beautiful flowers. I can see them in fascinators. I can see them in rings. But I can also see these in really dainty, delicate, beautiful pieces of jewellery. So whether it would just be one on a head pin with a little bit of chain for a pair of earrings or something like that, I would just think they're going to lend themselves right across your jewellery making. Beautiful.
I think when you've got garnet as well, everybody knows garnet, don't they?
They do.
It's said to be India's heartbeat is garnet. It's got this wonderful depth and I'm really enjoying the facets. We're going to give you this Gems of Distinction strand, deep, rich red. I love to see this with gold, I really would. ZBNV40 is your item code, 55 carats. They range from 6x4 to 7x6 on an 18 centimetre strand, and they're only £17.95. If you want more garnet to mix this up with, stay tuned for Ali Defoe. She's got some beautiful droplets coming up for you later on. 0800 644 655, as always, is a free phone number if you're dialing from a UK landline. So get yourself dialing. Do not be missing out on this one. Now, I've got some beautiful pink amethyst to give to you. Do you love a bit of Rose de France? Let me show you. Have a look at this. These are step cut drops. We're trying to get through as many as we can for you before the end of the show. Step cut, we do not see very often in droplets. So let's get really close to these and see whether you can see the difference between that step cut. Almost elongated facets. Can you see that? And then the colour seems to bleed to the bottom of these gemstones. Only that's because of the faceting. Now these are just really pretty. I actually think you get two tones. You've got the lilac and the pink in here, haven't you? Let's have a look at the top drilling and think about bringing them together in a cluster. Think about hanging these from a waterfall cascade. RYR U49. 85 carats, these are 10 by 6 to 14 by 7 on a 20 centimetre strand with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Dial for these as quickly as you can. We only have a very small amount of these remaining. One of your favourites, Sarah, is amethyst, isn't it? I can see you are concentrating.
I know.
Why do you love amethyst so?
I just love the femininity of it, the beauty of it, the colour, the tone, the way it makes me feel. It's a very strange thing. And when we pick up a piece of amethyst, it makes me feel calm, but warm, tranquil, and almost, I don't know, at peace with the world. It's a very strange feeling. It gives me all of that sort of feeling when I pick it up, and when I wear it, it just makes me feel very elegant. And it doesn't matter whether it's just one amethyst in a ring, or whether it's a pair of earrings that you can't even really see if they're a little stud earring. Just something, it just makes you feel so beautiful.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. It's got that about it. RYR U49, let's give you a price tag as quickly as we can. I will be refreshing you on the matrix box soon. They're only £12.95. Think how many earrings you can make. What about twinning these with those big pearls? Look gorgeous, wouldn't it? Now, I'm going to give you one more before I go over to Sarah. Are you ready, Sarah, to get going? Yep. She's made loads already.
Really.
Now, let me give to you. Let me give to you some beautiful lemon quartz. The facets, cushion cut again. These are going to be a lovely feature piece on a loom, aren't they? And because they're graduated, I love the shape of these too. Kirsty just said, I love the shape of these. I love them too. I think they're so pretty. She's got that little ill voice that makes you just want to put her into bed and wrap her up there and say, stay there. She couldn't have a duvet day, not on her last Friday. ADSF 75. It's illegal, Kirsty. Poor Kirsty. Now look. She could be going deliriously ill, so I'd watch tomorrow if I were you. Have a look at this. In a ring, in the loom, in earrings, stud earrings. These are going to look gorgeous. And if you want to know how to make stud earrings, get the Fabulous Findings DVD. It's on there. ADS F75, you've got 70 carats in total on these. Range has a good variant on these from 7 to 15 mil. Are you ready for a fantastic price tag? We're going to go on over to Sarah in a moment, and then it's Lady Defoy taking over the airwaves for £12.95 for all of this gorgeous, gorgeous colour, wonderful faceting. The sparkle is wonderful, and I love the fact that you've got clarity here. If you want to use a gold beading thread, I think it'd look gorgeous with that. Now I'm going to refresh you on the matrix box while I saunter over to Sarah, because she actually was given the matrix box not long ago at all. One of our new matrix boxes. It's $29.95, and we still have a few of those available. You've got all the kumihimo ends. What are they doing to Kirsty in there? They're giving her a dance. You don't want to know what kind of dance because she's leaving. Whose t-shirt are you under? Oh, Tom, put her down. Don't be mean. And you're married. So is she. We're all married, she's going. Danny's not, he says. Ali Defoy says she's not. Now, let's go. Come on, Ali, we'll go and get married to each other if this carries on. If by the time we're 40 we're not married, we'll go. Come with me. Let's go over to see the gorgeous Sarah and see exactly what she's done with this fabulous matrix box. You're a bit... Whoa!
I finished it.
Oh, look! Oh, it's gorgeous. In the words of Ali Defoy, it's gorgeous. Have a look at this bracelet. It's luscious.
That was my...
That
was what I was very quickly working on.
She's a good one. Look at that colour. Kirsty says, can she have it?
Kirsty, you can have it with pleasure.
Kirsty, I'll let you have the set. You're allowed it. Look at this amazing necklace. That colour. She went, I need that too. Yeah, all right. It's your last weekend. She's allowed to have all the makes this weekend.
Definitely.
This is killing me. It's killing me. She can't talk. She's under someone's T-shirt right now. Those men, leave her alone. Plus, she's poorly. You'll only catch something. Okay, well.
No, she's not, bless her.
When Tom wakes up with no voice tomorrow, we'll say you shouldn't have put her under your T-shirt. Talk to me about that, mate. Tom could very well be the reason she's leaving. $29.95 is your price tag for the Matrix box, if you want it.
It just goes on and on and on. I mean, this box is going to make so many pieces of jewellery. I mean, look how many I've used on that neckline piece, and I've still got some on my desk and a load in there as well. I didn't use the red ones, but I've used the blue ones, and I think I used the blue ones on something else earlier as well. So, you know, you've got loads left in there. Oh, sorry, there we go. So I've still got a whole one of those left. Plus, I've probably used some on a different project. So, you know, they really do go on and on. And then you've got the findings in there as well, which
you get all of those findings. Yeah. They're fantastic.
Normally, you know, you pay quite a bit just to get the Kumihimo findings on their own in a little box. So, and then you've got all the storage. Now, the storage for me is the unsung hero.
And the little
it's
ones.
the unsung hero of this, because, you know, how much does storage cost? Go look in the high street for, you know, your craft storage, the specialised craft storage. How much is that? It's not easily come by. Don't necessarily made for a purpose, whereas these are. You're going to be able to, once you've used all your bits out of the box, you're going to be able to put your crimp beads in there. You're going to be able to put your smaller jump rings and your smaller clasps and things like that, and have a portable solution for that. Plus these fit in the, if you've got the black storage bag, but it'll fit into the new portfolio bags and things like that. So you've got all of those storage solutions as well as all of those beads. So don't you know, just think, oh, it's a nice box. It's a really useful solution.
Do you know what? You've got to get these fast at $29.95, a really useful solution. And it is, I mean, we do strive for that, don't we? Kirsty says, can you make sure you take these out and give them to her? So
I will, Kirsty.
And we've got Ali Defoy coming up for you very, very soon. She'll be up after this with lots and lots of, oh, we're going straight. She's coming in. Oh, she's coming in.
She comes.
Ali Defoy has got lots of goodies for you. GJAZ90 is the item code for your Matrix box. Get them whilst they're in stock. We launched those today for you, and they are absolutely rapidly flying out the door. You do not want to miss out on that. Now, don't forget, Ali's got that gorgeous garnet strand going under £10 for you. Oh, yeah. And not a little bit under £10.
She says, pulling on the trousers.
They're lycra and they keep slipping
down. It's because you're so small. Go and eat some cake.
I think it's because they've got tights underneath to keep you warm.
They smell nice.
It's my cherry lip balm, I think.
Yeah, that's what Katy Perry sang about that, didn't she?
Yeah. That's why I put it on, obviously. How are you doing?
I won't
kiss you.
Hello, darling. What's going on? What are you going to have tonight?
Well, we have the box that you've just had here. We have the bronze findings of it. This was made.
Who made that?
It was one of the Beading Buddies. Rosanna made it.
Oh, she's ace.
And we've got it tomorrow night, so we've not got it tonight.
That, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Do you love working on JewelleryMaker or what?
I love it. I just spoke to one of the girls in the sister channel who's presenting my old shift tonight, and she's going, "It's so awesome. I wonder why anyone would leave." And I was like, "Because JewelleryMaker is even more awesome." Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you that because then you want my job.
She's not allowed it. So you've got some beautiful appetite coming up as well.
I chose it. Danny just had it in the hour normally, and I said it has to be a star buy because it's awesome. So it means we can take it really low if I make it a star buy.
Yay! Yay! Well, we'll hand you over to the wonderful Ali Defoy now. Have a wonderful evening. Thanks to Sarah. And take it away, Lady Defoy.
Lovely to see you. I will see you tomorrow. Hiya, how you doing? It's great to see you. Oh my goodness, I've got so much for you tonight. It is jam-diddly packed. Oh yes. I've still got my hair bobble on my wrist. You don't want to see that. Let me show. show you a hair bauble. I've got my neon apatite, or my sky blue apatite actually, sorry, coming up. I'm so excited about this. This was just going to be within the hour as usual, but I couldn't have it. It had to be a star buy. I had to do something extra special, especially with the summer coming up. It is an absolute must. This is coming up, cannot wait. So this will be at 6 o'clock, only an hour, or yeah, an hour to wait, not long at all. At 1:30, now I have never ever seen a bundle like this before. It's a 2-strand opportunity. Solar quartz is one thing, but solar quartz like this in a bundle with moonstone, nuggets of moonstone. This is a brilliant choice we've got for you tonight. This